Hello, I am Eagle. Eagle Gardens 1 on Instagram, and this is fucking Talking Shit with Eagle. This is episode number 60. I hope you guys had an excellent Saturday on this. I'd say it's been a beautiful holiday weekend, at least where I am at. I hope it has been a wonderful weekend so far where you are as well. CJ, Purple Thumb, how you guys doing? Hope you guys are doing well. Big Jars Grow. Southwest Okie, you guys are all pretty amazing. Well, there's a little bit of a mix-up tonight. Sergeant Pepper, what's up? Most hated, what's Naughty Mickey? Prometheus Soil, Chris Mertz. What up, you guys? Well, Soulworth 25 had a little family problem at about 45 minutes before the show. He contacted me and said his son was sick and couldn't make the show tonight. So it is what it is. What's up? Boom! Sergeant Pepper, Dankman 420, light it up again. Tim, SoCal Weaver, you guys are just fucking piling in. Hope everybody is doing well tonight. So Soulworth 25 had to cancel. So I, of course, was gonna roll with it. I'm not gonna give up on you guys. Kazoo Kush, what's going on? Yep, it's gonna be Charly's farm tonight. Charly has yet to get his official episode. He has been kind enough to the first time he jumped in was in a similar episode, just like Ye. And Charly was nice enough to come to the rescue and bail out that episode. And, just like the true awesome guy that we always know him to be, I reached out to him, before the show and said, "Hey, brother, what are you doing tonight? Can we do your spotlight episode that you so most definitely deserve?" And he said, "Absolutely, absolutely." So he just he is grabbing his stuff, getting his stuff together, and he's gonna be here. We're gonna do the Charly's Farm, farmerWillie. Technically, I don't know if you know that it's not Charly's Farm 420. That was named after his daughter, but his real handle is farmerWillie. Did you guys know that? How many of you guys knew that? What do you guys, Kazoo Kush is already one step ahead of me. Kazoo, what's up? We're smoking a Maryberry, Memberberry Kush. I'm gonna actually starting off tonight a little bit different. I think I'm gonna start the evening with a dab tonight. Something I don't usually do, but I happen to have some. So why not partake, right? Right? Little chem dog shatter wax, whatever you want to call it. I don't know if you can even call it that now. It's been sitting out so long. Still pretty good though. Actually, I think better now than it was. More like a crumble now. Which nothing wrong with that. I enjoy a good crumble. Backseat. Oh, let's fucking hit some music or something. I had some lined up. At least bullshit. Listen to a little bit of music while we wait. Turn it down so we don't get busted. What are we missing here? What up, game? Chibo Man, Aldridge 25, Bag Seed. I'm actually grateful for this few minutes before the guest, honestly, because there's a lot of times that lately the chat's just been killing it, and there's no fucking way that YouTube is letting me go back and to the beginning of the chat anymore because it just pops off too much. So I actually get to see the names that I don't sometimes get to see at the end of the show. So that's pretty fucking pretty awesome, I think, really. What's up, that for garlic smash? That sounds like some fucking amazing shit. Lucky CJ. Sounds like some awesome dabs right there. A lot better than this Kim Dog shit I'm fucking puffing on. You guys would be like, oh no. This is some stuff I got from somebody a while back ago, and I wasn't really too happy with it. I kind of let it sit around for a while and actually sit out, which was against much everybody's advice. And but it seemed, I don't know, it seemed to age. It seemed to cure up a little bit better, if you will. What do we got here? Ned Denver, Resurrection, damn, Rosicrucian Prophet, Aldridge 25. How you guys doing tonight? Crack this whole neck. Cannabis for Cancer. Hello, how you doing tonight? Cameron, how you doing? Just finished my first time using my bubble bags. That's always an exciting time right there. I remember my first time making my bubble hash. I smoked that shit pretty much damn near wet. straight out of the bag, just fucking holding the lighter to it. This shit's so good. Which if it's good hash, it will burn that quick, really. Modern genetics. Edit with a bowl, that's right. Sifter of gold, nice to see you tonight. Brent Wendell, EG, what's up, man? How you doing tonight? That's a fucking that's the first time I've seen your name. I'm super stoked that you were able to join the show tonight. Fuck, oh yeah, look at my torch. I might try some. Aldridge, another sad night. Grilled some fajitas, can't complain. Drinking a little bottle. Oh, that sounds like a fucking great night. Fajitas on the grill. Oh, guys, this ain't too loud for you guys. But yeah, that sounds awesome. That sounds amazing. You guys gonna have to listen to me choke this one out. What tastes so good when it hits your lips? Oh, it tastes so good when it hits your lips. I'm sure it does. Nice to be here. Thank you, sir. I'm glad to have you. Alex D, welcome. We're just kind of hanging out, waiting for Charlie. No worries. He was able to back me up, fill in his episode tonight, so that's pretty awesome. Pretty awesome of him. UKSIF 420. Come and get high with me. Hey, kids. You want to medicate? I shouldn't say kids. Hey, friends. You want to medicate? Big Ed. Tim S. What's up, guys? Welcome to the show. I wish. I've reached out to him a couple of times, and the last time was right when things went a little south with the bros there. Because of that, really. Yeah, hopefully soon. I've got a couple of emails out to him. Hopefully they'll answer back again soon. Good morning to you all. 43 watching already. Holy cow. You guys are all amazing. Make sure and say hello. You know, I appreciate you guys watching, but get into this chat. Say hello to everybody. You know, make it more fun than it already is. Bill Sid, hello. Oh, did I mention next week? SoCal Weed Nerd right here will be he'll be on the show, as well as Miss D's Nugs. Well, we got a few minutes as well. Let's update the book and maybe. Oh damn, who did that there? I was supposed to put somebody in the book here. The next couple of days tomorrow, Mr. Bond 420 will be here, of course. Most Hated Grower, which I believe is in chat. I thought I've seen his name pop through. We'll be here Monday. I'm looking forward to that. Smoking Weed for You, another OG ocean grown tester there, and our very own Miss D's Nugs. And guess what? We'll be here on their 20 or on the 27th, Wednesday the 27th, which is also, I don't know if I'm supposed to say it, but it's an anniversary for, I won't say the number because I don't know if she will, but wants me to. But pretty awesome a number, and pretty awesome that she could make it on that in particular day. Be too crazy for you. Thank you so much for tuning in. Kazoo Kush. Do you ever have hair? I had hair at one point. It was all like 80s heavy metal, long hair down to my ass, that kind of shit. Went from that to this here bald head. I very rarely grow it out. Uh, I actually usually just shave it off in the shower. Can you talk about your LED compared to your actually it's a active grow LED compared to the HLG. It's I think it's comparable, if not better. I like the spread of the light, and I'm very happy with it. It's gonna go a straw round there again this year round. Hoping to do another amazing run with it. E, what's up? How you doing tonight, man? Man, so many cool people. Like I said, it's fun to watch, but please participate in chat. So can we nerd says Eagle Gardens. I just ordered a Wi-Fi booster so I can do the show in the bedroom. Oh, brother, you didn't have to do that. Highest chat on YouTube. Yeah, I like to think you guys are some amazing people, and you guys really do make this show what it is. Prove it. What am I supposed to be proving here? Is it me proving something, or is somebody else proving something? Modern Genetics says hi, UK. Mo Grower, how you doing tonight? Hope you are enjoying the show thus far. Charly's farm420 will be here soon, hanging out and finally telling us his story. Just kind of looking back real quick to make sure I haven't missed anybody that has popped in thus far. How's your night, Sergeant Pepper? Hope you are doing well. Hair pick. You know, I don't even know if I have any. Huh. I tell you what, kids do. You tune in tomorrow, and I will see if I can't fucking dig up a fucking hair pick for you. I'm one of them people that hardly to like pictures. I want to hold on to a lot of that stuff. I think, in fact, it's been 20 some years since I've had a fucking hair. If you believe that shit. I'm gonna do it right. Boom Farms. I hope you are doing well tonight. Man, I hook this phone up here. Maybe turn on some a little less scary music for everybody. Oh, this song's awesome. I ain't getting fucking copywritten for this bitch either. This is Blueberry Jam by Juicy. I want to say it's Juicy Stewart. Let me fucking see if I can check that for you. This guy fucking rocks, man. Juicy Smith. This guy fucking plays instruments with fucking every hand, every fucking foot. Pretty good. Warlock, what's you doing tonight? How you doing? There's Mimosa. What's up, boom? Hans Warrior. Oh, we got 52. You know what? Let's finish out this hit. Miss These Nuts will be fucking here Wednesday. Danny Danko will be here Saturday at 4 o'clock. We'll probably have some type of a panel show. The 28th, So-Called Wade Nerd will be here the 29th. Medically Fit will be here Saturday. And there's somebody I'm supposed to be penciling in here for Sunday, but we will get there when we fucking get there. Until then, Our fucking guest is here. Scroggy Mick Scroggerson 4. Backwoods all good. Hope you guys enjoying the show. Here is the main man of the evening. So stoked to have this gentleman here. You have seen him many times on the show, but tonight, finally, we get to meet the man behind Charly's farm, farmerWillie. How you doing, good sir?
Eagle.
Tell us, you know the routine. Tell us where we can find you. Tell us how you're doing tonight, and thank you for coming, my man. Thank you.
Thank you for having me. I'm always honored whenever you ask me to come on. Yeah, Charly's Farm 420, as we say in Boston. Charly's Farm 420. And yeah, so Charly's Farm 420 is Instagram, and same on YouTube. I haven't done a video in a minute, but I'm going to start doing more videos. So I think it's been a month or so since I posted the last one. So, but that's where you can find me right now. And I'm going to be on Twitch. I do have Twitch, so I've been trying to set up a halfway decent Twitch studio. We're talking about that. So I do have a Twitch channel, but I don't have any videos yet. How's everybody else doing out there? I wish I could see. Chat. I'm about to get another device so that I can see chat at the same time and watch YouTube and Zoom. Same time. How you doing?
Well. I'm doing good. We've already got 48, 50 watching already.
Yeah, cheers, everybody. Cheers.
I'm doing well. I can't thank you enough for filling in at the the last minute, which was overdue. Like I said, I don't know if you were probably setting up so you didn't get to hear, but you've been on the show many times. The first time was in a similar episode, just like this one, fumbling through, and you were gracious enough to say, "Hey, man, I'll fucking help you out," and that was pretty awesome. But officially, you've never got your own episode, and I'm super stoked that we're able to take the time and do this properly, my friend.
Yeah, thanks, man. Thank you. No, I appreciate this. I've been trying to get a little bit more exposure out there and tell people what I'm up to, and I love just the community itself. It's, especially a lot of the regulars that come in, but all the new people that are starting to come in too. Especially with this chaos. I can't get enough of it. I find myself like with the Michigan Grow Bros. Your show's addictive. I mean, I just. Even when I'm at home and not supposed to be on my phone, my wife yells, "What are you, an Eagles?" Yeah. Yeah, I'm just talking with everybody.
Man, that's awesome. I'm honored, brother. I'm honored, for sure.
Yeah, you caught me when I was just finishing up. My lights were going out. I was just finishing up in the flower room and just getting some things watered. I didn't get here till late today, so I try to spend as much time with my family as I can. I've got an 8-year-old daughter and my wife. They're literally between this and the garden. It's all I live for. Basically, they're my breath. The breath I take every morning. So, that and my coffee. Gotta have my coffee.
I'm right there with you, my friend. I'm right there with you.
Yeah.
I've got a whole pot. I got a pot right here. I made mine for the show as well.
Yeah, man. Yeah. I had to set up my little sitting area. I have it all set up now. So it's awesome. It's awesome that you're doing this. I just the fact that you're taking over where Sub left off. Nobody has. Nobody's put out the content that you've been putting out in the same genre and really in his memory, like the reason why you started this whole thing. I think of him every day, man. I was scrolling. I'm not on the IG a lot, but lately I was on every day, but it was eating up too much of my time. That's one of the reasons why I stopped kind of going to IG, because I get caught up, and I'd be on for 2 hours. Next thing I know, sometimes 2-3 hours would go by, and I'd be like, holy shit, I gotta get this work done. I gotta get home, or whatever. Life just happens, and so I haven't been. And it's not from the hate. I don't care about that. Anybody can say whatever they want. I don't care. It doesn't bother me any. But it was just a time factor. But now lately I've been getting back on because I want to reconnect with a few people, and I have been talking to other people too, by the way. So who knows what the future will bring for your show. And so I have been on IG a lot more. I'm going to try and get some more posts up there and interact with people on IG as well. So, you know, I kind of hooked up again with Spot Genetics. And anybody who knows PH Nerd, you know, he's always been a good friend of mine. He's from the Ocean Grown, and same with Ninja, and I spend a lot of time with those guys. We have an event coming up. Anybody in the Boston area called Gene Traders, I think it's called. And they're going to try and pull it off on June 6th. It's an outdoor event. If anybody's interested, you can look it up there on IG. And tickets are reasonable. General admission, they're only like $25, but they're going to have clones. You know, I guess really almost 20 or 30 vendors right now when it comes to genetics. So it's going to be, especially if you want some clones, you know. I'm not huge on taking clones, but anybody that's interested, absolutely. It's another way I connect to my area too, you know.
You know, the little side track right off the bat, just boom. Fucking what an asshole. First time I met PH Nerd was in Clio at one of their cups, and this is a replacement for, I used to have a green one just like this, and I ended up buying me and Sub one, actually. If you remember Sub Boy, for a while, he wore his said fucking weed nerd on it, if you remember that.
Yeah.
So I had the green one on, and I was walking by the Ocean Grown booth there a couple of times, and I seen PH Nerd and his wife sitting there, and I actually seen PH like fucking eyeballing the hat, and I heard him say to his wife something, and I heard her say, well, maybe he just don't know, like, you know, like I stole his hat or some shit. And you know, it was a weed nerd thing, but I always left I like the nerd because I'm an all-around nerd, but you know, it was a secret wink to the weed nerd thing. But it was funny that it caught his eye at the cup like that. And
it's awesome. He's a super nice guy. I mean, I thank him all the time just for his service to the country. He was a madman. He was a madman when he was in the service. And I still watch him every once in a while play those games on Twitch. And I'll tell you, he's a real competitive guy. No question about it. I guess he had some health issues, so he's doing better. I guess he's going to be getting his company up and running, and some new genetics coming out real soon by the end of the summer. And I guess he had to go down a little bit back in late August, early September. He's looking good. Looks like he lost a lot of weight. You know, he's looking really good. So he has a daughter my age, so we kind of connected on that level too, you know, right around 8 years old. So, yeah, he's just a really all-around good guy. Same with Ninja. I met Ninja a few times when he came out here. Funny enough, it was the first time I think I saw him was at the Boston Rally, and he was still with Ocean Grown, and I saw him just as he was setting up, and I can't remember if it was right before or right after my surgery when I had my hip replaced, but I was miserable, but I made a commitment to myself that I was going to go down and, you know, buy, you know, as much as I could from him, and just to break the ice and meet him, because we had talked over, you know, IG or whatever the hell it was, and we hit it off, you know. Second time I met him was at the rally again, and I was setting up stuff to it because he was coming in solo. He wasn't with Ocean Grown anymore. He was sharing the booth with Jinxie and Miss Rose, and I had met somebody else on in my area, and he had it was weird. He kind of made it as though he was really good friends with Ninja. I mean, he had the Ninja fruit running in his little tent, and I had kind of a really I talked to a few friends. I have friends that own restaurants in the North End here in Boston and all around the city, but mainly concentrated down the North End, which is the little Italy of Boston. And this kid kind of picked him up at the airport, and and I had been giving this kid herb, just giving it to him, and he ended up being a real drawback. We ended up he was hanging around the tent all day, but he'd go off and come back, and he was acting really strange. But just his whole demeanor and mannerisms, everything was, I was like, I can't take this kid into one of my friend's nice restaurants. I had things kind of set up that I was going to invite Jinxie and Miss Rose if it didn't hit a flight right away. And sure enough, so we just went to my friend's pizza place and grabbed some slices of pizza. But that was the second time, and it was kind of a bummer. I was really kind of bummed out that this kid was there, and he kind of screwed things up. And but I'm not going to make that mistake again. I met him through IG. I had known him about 3 months, and just trying to help the kid out. You know what I mean? He was calling me. He was asking for, hey, listen, you got any meds? Mine won't be ready, etc. And I go drop a half a zip to him, and he always said he had money. He's one of those kids, you and all this stuff, which I didn't care either way. But I just handed it to him and said, no, forget it. But he was the type of kid that would never have money. You know what I mean? I met him because he was supposedly going out and dropping a zip somewhere. He was doing one of those, scavenger type hunts or whatever you want to call it, where he hide a bag supposedly. He'd make a little 60-second vid on IG, and then he'd saying, I'm going down to hide this somewhere in Boston. If you follow along and if you find it, tag me, whatever the hell the video was saying. And so I thought that was pretty generous of him, and I kind of thought it was a pretty good thing, And sure enough, he in hindsight, he never hit anything. He would just make a post as though he was going to, and then it wouldn't come to fruition. So, I don't just answer anybody's DMs anymore. When it comes to IG and getting together, put it that way. I'm a little more cautious about it. People in my area, security is a big thing, like anybody. You need to be careful, but so hopefully he's going to make it out. He's in Denver now, Ninja. Hopefully he's going to make it out for June 6th, so we can meet up again and have a decent time. And then if the rally does happen in September, late September, we'll meet up again. So that's that story. I don't even know where the hell I was going with it, but I think I need to smoke some weed.
Pretty crazy start there, Charly.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Well, I hope he gets better and things work out.
Yeah, to be honest, I mean, I always feel sympathy for anybody. I do believe that he liked the coke. He was a coconut still in his mid 40s. He still liked the coke, I guess, because that's, in hindsight again, he was geeking pretty hard that day at the rally. I gave him like 6 ounces beautiful sugar leaf to make brownies. He wanted to, or cook. He wanted to make something for Ninja when he came in. And Cody came in from Herb Natural too. I got to meet Cody. What a good guy he was, and I should say, because I'm still kind of acquainted with him. And but I gave him like 6 or 8 ounces to make stuff, and he never made it. I don't know what the hell he did with it, but I know he made a little batch of brownies. But Ninja's friend Two Tone, I think Mikey Two Tone, he ended up eating like 16 brownies or something. He was out of it for the day. He's walking around like a zombie, but hey, it is what it is.
I love it when I get that high on the edibles or that medicated.
I wish I could. I wish I eat a sliver of anything and I'm asleep. 45 minutes. I just want to go lay down. Can't keep my eyes open. Low tolerance for the edibles.
That's not a bad thing. What you smoking on tonight?
Right here, this is a combination of the Hell's Angel and a little bit of Primal Punch bud that I found. So I threw that in there. But this is the Hell's Angel, that Hell's OG. The biker cut. This is the one that came from Swerve. I still have it. I almost got rid of it, but I still have it in the library behind me. I saved one clone of it.
Keep one just to honor Swerve, eh?
Yeah, it's actually through another friend. Sour Seed, Rob Sauer over at Sour Seed. He's the guy I met through Vader's first forum. And he set me up with a bunch of beans to test, and that's where I found the blueberry fuel. But he sent me 3 clones. He sent me a purple voodoo, he sent me the Hell's OG, and he sent me the Exodus cheese, a real cheese. It was my first real cheese that I had. This is, I don't know, 4, 5, 6 years ago, and it was good. It just I just wasn't a huge fan of it, but it was a great, easy to grow, wasn't really finicky. Put out some really nice nugs. Not the biggest producer, but I don't really care about that. The quality was good, but my patience, it wasn't a huge hit with my patience, and they're really the deciding factor. What I keep around, you know, here anyway. So,
excuse me. Ned Denver wanted to know again what the Nerd's company was, his genetic company was.
Yeah, it's called Spartan Family Genetics. He's on IG. Yeah, he's actually been posting again lately. He's got some great deals. I've run his Bewitched. I got out of 13 beans. I think I got close to 10 females out of it. Ran them all. Every one of them was beautiful. I ended up keeping, I think it was my number 5. Actually, that's the one that just got hit by the mice. The mice chewed the trunk at the bottom and killed it. But I've run his Spartan BTY, his Spartan Kush, his Spartan Kush cross with the BTY OG. Unbelievable. And of course, both of those I didn't take cuts. So I do have a few beans left over, and that's what I pulled out the other night when I was on your show. That's what I was pulling out the other night to figure out what I was going to crack next. Beautiful genetics.
What'd you settle on there?
To crack? The Spartan BTY cross, the Dosi Do number 22 from Archive, and there was a third one. I can't remember. I think it may have just been. Oh, maybe it was the Station, also from PH Nerd. I think those were the 3 that I decided on for now. So I got one guy out. I don't know where he is, to be honest with you, but I can't remember. But I need to mail him out some beans. Sleeper Nation, you know Sleeper, don't you?
I can't say I do for sure, Charlie.
Yeah, he was big, and he followed Sub. He's been around. I've been promising to mail him something else since like before Christmas, and then I just got all caught up with a bunch of stuff. You know, my dad's not doing too good, so I've been trying to help out whenever I can with my folks. You know, they're getting up there in age. That's why, you know, I feel for you, your dad just passing. You know, my father's my only parent left, really. You know, biological parent left. So he's 83. He'll be 83 this year. So God love him. Tough son of a bitch. So I've been trying. So and then of course I get caught up with everything else and I forget to mail them out. So I really need to mail them out some beans. I mean, I have everything from Ocean Grown. I've got the the Tropic Lightning. I still have original Ninja Fruit. I haven't even opened, but that's what I got from Ninja. I want him to sign one of the packs when I do see him. But whatever the other ones were, like the Challenger Deep. That was the only one I didn't like. You liked the Challenger Deep, huh? Did you like it, or that was the only one I listen. I give honest opinions. If I run something I don't like it, I'm going to tell you I don't like it. And it just came out looking like brown swag. I mean, and I've run awesome stuff on them. I still run
mine actually turned out. That's half of the Beautiful Loser is Challenger Deep.
Oh, it is really, huh? No, I didn't know what I know what the back cross. I mean, the cross was on that. So I had no idea. They just sent them to me. I know what the third one is that I was going to run. Now is the the Beard on Fire from Med One. That's the other one.
Oh yeah, I definitely popped that shit.
Yeah, testers. There's still the testers that I just didn't get around to popping last year when he sent them out. So that's the third one. Yeah, it was, wasn't it? Yeah, it looks sick. I mean, I can't wait to see what you come up with the new ones that he just passed out. especially
They're
that
rocking along. They're rocking
that GFO.
along. Yep.
That GFO
That and
album.
that other one I'm not supposed to talk about.
Right. Yeah. No doubt.
She's still plugging along good though. I'm
Yeah,
excited about that one.
Yeah. It's been almost a year since I cracked anything new, so I'm really kind of psyched to get cracking. I'm gonna do what I think on a regular. Like I'll do maybe between 5 and 10 beans, depending on how I feel and the strain, and I'll do three strains at a time every 6 weeks or so. You know, and see what I come up with. Yeah, there's nothing like the hunt. Nothing like it. Because I say, if you find that one, you're not looking hard enough. Because I hope I never find that one. I mean, you know, obviously take that in context. You know what I mean? You know, always something better.
Yeah, I'm never giving up anytime soon. Speaking of hunt, before we haven't even got started on you, Charlie. We haven't even hit day one yet. Before we hit day one, though, let's play a second since we haven't, fuck, it's Saturday. Let's play a minute.
Yeah.
You want to give away some beans?
Let's do it.
Let me see here. I gotta make sure I'm on the right day. There. So you gotta make sure I write it down correctly. Right pen. I got some beans here. I got from North Star. That gave away some of them last night. We gave away Orange Boss and Fort Jefferson, and I think Morita. I gave away some of the Morita last night. So I guess tonight we'll start out with the Buddha's Hand. Which the Buddha's Hand is the zest times Jesus OG. Holy cow, we got 62 in chat right now. So we'll go 0 to 200. Charlie, you know how to do the chat between us?
No, do I do participants?
Not YouTube chat, not YouTube chat, but the chat in Zoom between us.
No, I've never done it. I have the menu in front of me. I think the participants are going to the more.
Just say you should say chat, and then you should be able to chat to me.
Okay.
You can pick the number from 0 to 200, if you will. Pick the number. Everybody that's watching, you get one guess only. If you guess more than once, then that disqualifies you. So this is for a 5-pack of the Buddha's Hands from North Star, which again is the zest times Jesus OG. And I will say go, or rather when Charlie's ready, he will say go. And I will put it in chat, and then you will have a minute and a half to get your answer in. And then whoever hits dead on or is the closest gets it. It's that easy.
I just sent you my number. You get it?
I did. Oh, I don't. That's a good one, Charlie. I really like that one.
Dig it.
I really like that one. Oh yeah, I'm trying to get you my timer before I all squirreled out.
Okay, I just want to say hi to your daughters. Lexi, congratulations on turning 21. Eagle, you're getting old, kid. You're getting old. She's getting older. You're getting old. God love you.
I'm getting younger. She's getting older.
There you go. There you go. I love that. Age is but a number, baby. Age is but a number.
All right. I have the number from Charlie. I am getting ready to type that magic word in chat. Once you see that magic word in chat, then please kick your one answer only from 0 to 200. And you have A minute and a half, go. When you hear the beeper, I will click stop, and anything after stop does not count. The only way you can pick another number is if somebody has already guessed it. That is the only exception. You still have a minute 15. One guess only, please. One guess
Good luck,
only,
everybody. Good luck.
please. Your boy Roy, you already kicked out more than one answer, man. One answer.
Can we do a little game
God, I
show
hate
music?
to see people not win. But this isn't your only chance, brother. This isn't your only chance. We'll do some more later on. He still gets it. Green Mountain Grower won last night, as a matter of fact.
Green Mountain Grower. Where you up? Vermont, Green Mountain, huh? I bet. All right.
Yeah. Not quite sure. He did send me his address, but I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, yeah, I think it's
Sergeant Pepper says, or Boom says, there's already a 187, so he gets to guess again. I gotta say one, guess one.
yeah.
I think somebody has already guessed one. Your boy Roy, there's 5 seconds left.
Yeah.
There'll be another chance, buddy. There'll be another chance. Here we go. That is the official ding ding. So we got to go back through and spin here. I seen it. I think I seen it right there. I come zooming by. They didn't hit the number dead on, but somebody got really close. Really close, yo. I haven't seen the number yet, but I've definitely seen something that's arguably the very closest number.
Hold on one second.
All right, yeah. There's only one that was real close. Gardens look beautiful, Charlie.
Thank you. It's getting there. Definitely getting there. Yeah. We talked to a good friend of mine the other day, and we're going to do something together. And, really excited. Really, really excited. Super guy. I'm just honored that he's willing to, just want to do something with me. I'm always humble. Listen, I don't ever want to come across as a guy that's arrogant, though I can be. I'm definitely stubborn.
You're killing him, Charlie.
I don't want to ever come across as a one-upper guy, because I hate people that one-up you, and I don't want to come across as I know everything, because I don't know all, and I'll step with that. I love chat.
Mr. Charlie. Tell him who won. You got to give him the number, Charlie. Give him the number so I can tell him who won.
Number 8.
Kazoo Kush won with his answer of 7. He was only one off.
Lucky 7.
So Kazoo, if you could either hit me up on my Instagram at Eagle Gardens 1, or fucking Talkin Shit With Eagle, or my email at eaglegardens1@gmail.com. Any of them will work with your address, and I will get those beans off to you ASAP. Thank you for you guys playing along. And Charlie, you ready to get this damn story started?
Congratulations. Yes, let's do it.
When was that first time, Charlie? I know this is going to be a good story because I've dipped in and out of your history a little bit with you many a night, and I've enjoyed all the fucking stories. And if you've heard in some of them stories, forget all that shit. This is the new round. This is his night. This is the official story. So forget all that other shit. We're ready to dive in.
It's on the record. This one's on the record.
On the
right?
record. Yeah. So when was that first time, brother?
Yeah, I was about to turn 14. I think it was May. I was born in July, so I think it was May. Right? I know it was spring, and First time I ever planted a seed. When I tell you about the first time I got high first, I was just about to turn 13, 9 o'clock in the morning. I was coming home from my paper route, and just a quick backstory to this is about a month earlier, my family went down to Disney World for vacation, and my older brother, when we came back, he wanted to feel big around his friends that were, probably a little bit older at the time, and he was already kind of smoking, and with them. That's how I got turned on, was through him, my older brother, and because he was like, "Hey, it's like being drunk, but you don't lose your equilibrium," And I was like, and he goes, "And it doesn't smell, so mom and dad won't smell it." You know how that goes. So I was like, "Yeah, sure, I'll try it." But he didn't get me high the first time. So he had told his friends that while we were down in Florida, he had scored like a silver dollar sized piece of hash, and that he and I had smoked down in Florida, which we hadn't. So, but he said, if they ask, say this is the story. So 9 o'clock in the morning, I'm coming home. I'm doing my paper route. Well, it was about 8:30 to be exact, because so I'm coming home. Beautiful spring morning, sunny. Crisp, dry. The dew was still on the grass, and my friend. I grew up in right out the the burbs right outside of Boston, and about 15 minutes away. So he comes out of his driveway. One of my brother's older friends, Jay King, and Jay's like, "Hey, what's up?" And I say, "Nothing. I got to go home. Just do my paper route. I'm about to go I have to go to baseball practice." And he goes, "Hey, you want to take a walk with me?" The commuter rail train tracks to go into Boston were, maybe 300-400 yards away, and about a quarter mile or so. He goes, we were partying on the tracks last night. The cops broke us up, and we had to throw the bong and we had to throw the cooler down the side of the tracks, and I got to go and see if I can find it and retrieve it. He goes, "I got a joint on me. We can smoke the joint. Do you smoke?" And of course, because my brother had already told him that I do, I said, "Yeah, sure, I smoke." So we take the walk down the tracks, and sure enough, we ended up finding the cooler, and we found the bong, and a little homemade thing. And so we sit on the side of the tracks there, and he lights up, and we smoke it, and and then at the end, we put the roach in the bong. I remember, he's like, "Yeah, you can try the bong too." He goes, "You ever smoked out of a bong?" And I was like, "No, never smoked out of a bong. I'll try it." So we smoked the roach in the bong. And all I can remember is having my bicycle, and I was walking on one of the tracks itself, and my bike was on the crushed stone. And all I can remember is it just started to echo and echo like it was infinite, and wouldn't stop, that sound of my wheels on the rocks. So now this was always my luck with my parents anyway. I walked in the door from, supposedly finishing the paper route, and my mother looked at me. This is my stepmother, God love her. She pretty much raised me. She hates that when I call her stepmother. But anyway, she looked right at me and she goes, "You feeling okay?" And I said, "Yeah, why?" And she goes, "Because your eyes are absolutely bloodshot." And I went, "Yeah, I'm good. I'm good." So I quickly get ready for baseball practice, which I was probably late for. And I get down to DeFazio Field, and 20 minutes, half hour in, I was just on the side of the bench, just ready to fall asleep. It hit me that hard. I was just ready to crash. And next thing I know, one of my friends was waking me up, saying, hey, wake up. You all right?" And I'm like, yeah, I'm fine. Why? What's up? I said, "Is it my turn to bat or whatever?" He goes, "No, practice is over. Coach just let you sleep once you laid down on the bench." I said, "Oh, okay." So I got pretty wasted that first time. First time I ever planted a seed must have been about a year later. And me and my friends had been talking about it, and, knew nothing about it. A friend of ours down by the Charles River Lagoon, Dr. Peter's son, he had already had grown some stuff, but, we didn't know anything about it. We were going up to these huge, this was probably in, July, right at the beginning of school vacation. And you know, he already had like 6-7 foot plants going, you know, but we didn't know that, like somebody had spoken to earlier, that it was gonna bud. You had to wait till it buds. So we were just pulling the huge fan leaves, quickly drying them out. Probably, you know, who knows how the hell we were doing it back then. I can't remember. We couldn't wait, obviously. Of course, we tried it fresh at first, you know. Of course that didn't work. But you know, nothing happened, you know. Didn't get high or anything like that. But then, so we were deciding to do it, and you know, what I did at first was just planted in a little Dixie cup, one of those, you know, wax cups. I just took some soil out of the backyard and I planted a seed in it. I put it up in the gutter of my house, because you could reach up from my bedroom window, or get on the roof, the porch roof, and just reach up and do it from my bedroom window. And it sprouted. I think I did 4 of them, and they all sprouted. But you know, I overwatered them. Plus, it rained and just completely wiped them out from the being overwatered on top of it. So they didn't last more than a week. But they all did come up. I remember that. Probably, you know, 3 out of the 4, whatever. And then after that is when I started. So then, right about 14, 15 years old, I ended up getting a job with this guy in the town. This is a little story I've told before. I was working at the local Roach Brothers supermarket, because I grew up with the family that owned the little chain that they had. And as we're sitting out there in the summer, I was working in the produce department for them. And me and my best friend were smoking a cigarette out in the loading dock. As this dude walked by, he waved, you know, and the dude waved back, an older guy, you know, in his early 20s, probably like 23 or 24. And I said, "Who's that?" He goes, "Oh, that's Joey Quinnen." He goes, I'm gonna start working for him this summer. He's starting his own business. He just got back from school." And I said, "Oh, you know, all I could think of was outdoors in the summer. Are you kidding? Can you get me a job?" Like any friend says, "Hey, get me a job. You haven't even started yet, but can you get me a job?" And sure enough, Joey was he was a gay dude. His father was he was very connected. I grew up in, you know, it was a tight knit community at the time anyway. So, you know, most people knew each other, or at least recognized faces. There's only like 32,000 in the town at the time, or 38,000. And his father insured everybody in the town. This kid Joey Quinnen, and like insured the schools, he insured the police, the fire, you know, the hospital, all that. And Hillcrest Gardens, or Hillcrest Real Estate and Hillcrest Insurance was the name of it. And he also owned a lot of property in the neighborhood as well, in the town. So, and along 128. So Joey had just gotten out of school. He went to Cal Poly San Luis Obispo, which at the time, if I'm not mistaken, it could still be, was the #1, and I'm talking for all around horticulture and botany. I'm not talking about turf maintenance, which Ohio State has a great turf maintenance program. If you ever want to get a four-year degree, full degree in literally how to grow grass, go to Ohio State. They have the best in the country. And but he went to Cal Poly San Luis Obispo, and he graduated #1 out of like 413 or 430, whatever it was, students. He graduated #1, and he was just naturally intelligent, and you know, just had a handful of knowledge, which at the time, you know, I'm 14, just about to go on to 15, I'm sure, because my birthday's, you know, actually my birthday's 7/10. So, he was gay, and he had a little thing for me, obviously, and at the time, and but he took me under his wing. You know, he knew I was straight. You know, have a little jokes back and forth. I don't care what anybody does. If it makes you happy and doesn't change the course or direction of my life, I don't care. I don't care what you do, as long as it doesn't affect my life in any way, shape, or form. So, so he did. He took me under his wing, and we were fortunate in the town that we grew up in. You know, a lot of people lived there that we didn't just take care of the interior and exterior landscaping or plants. We had to diagnose any problem, fix it. He took care of some orchards. He took care of some prize-winning magnolia trees, rose gardens that were in Dover, Mass, which Dover has a lot of money. It's one of the places that we had this was a personal garden. It was a full like acre and a half of every variety, like 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 an like a vineyard, just in rows, beautiful rose plants. And that's where I really kind of started getting my hands dirty on learning how to take care of uh, delicate plants that had a look and smell and, a certain way. It just had to, because they were being scrutinized. And the woman that actually had the acre and a quarter, acre and a half, or whatever it was, she used to compete in rose competition. So some of these roses had to be, all she had to do was go out and water them once a week or something, and they were officially hers for her entry. But we're the ones that really took care of them. And so that's really where I started getting my hand. But Joey, being out in Cal Poly and having the background that he had, he ends up opening a nursery in Needham. It still is there, and it's called Hillcrest Gardens. Obviously, he kept the name from his dad. And it's known as having some of the best plants and landscape design, because he wasn't an architect, but he does his own design. Obviously, it's pretty easy to do. Anybody that knows anything about landscaping knows how simple it is. And but he got his hands in, some pretty big places. That's so, and he still has the shop there. But he's the one who taught me this life cycle of cannabis. He's the one who said, it's the light cycles, it's the soil. He knew exactly what it needed in order to grow some. So he took me by the hand. What we did was we used to gorilla farm down by the Charles River Lagoon, which is right on the Needham, Wells, and Dover line, the three towns where they connect. There's a huge lagoon, and if you can come off the banks of the Charles far enough in, so that they can, we plant so many plants. We get them started in his garage, and we plant so many plants that even if a few got found or, from kids or cops or whatever, we had so many just spread out within 4 or 5 mile area that we'd get something towards the end of the year. So, and he showed me how to condition the soil. Back then what we used to do is, which is kind of a joke now, and we had a lot of plants that got washed away because of if we had planted too close, the Charles at times, obviously with rain and everything else, just like you're having the problem in Michigan now with the dams. We'd have some flooding here and there, especially around the lagoon area. So there are a lot of lowlands there that are made to kind of take the floods so they don't ruin the houses. But so that's where it all started, and it, ever since then, that's all I've ever wanted to do. I went to school. I don't want to, I was a professional student I still am in another way, but I was a professional student for almost 30 years old, So never knew what I wanted to do with my life. Had a real tumultuous upbringing, so never had any direction, but I always, this was one thing that was always a common thread in my life since I was a teenager, was I always grew. So when I was in the hospital in 2010 and got out, I had an old friend of mine down the North End, and he knew. He bankrolled me right away and said, "Yeah, this is what I can give you right now to get you up and started." So he kind of, I got a couple of thousands and just started from there. So that's where I started.
So what were them first couple strains when you get rolling there? That's pretty good build up to your first grow, your first, what you'd say is your grow.
First indoor, the first indoor I ever did was 1985, and that was in Brockton, Mass. And it was a friend of mine. I had only done outdoor, wasn't, and I wasn't doing it, obviously, friends would take, most of it, but nothing that it was anything that we can write home about. You know what I mean? It was bag seed, And, half the plants wouldn't get any attention. The other half would be the ones that I was, motivated enough to go and take care of and really give them the first sticks or, make sure that they had, that they were doing okay. Put it that way, I'd stake them up, whatever the case. Some too far away, I wouldn't even water them. So by the time I get there, if I was lucky, I have a 5-foot plant and it was completely just either falling over or broken or whatever the case. So my first indoor was 1985. It was in Brockton. I knew this girl. Her parents were the head of Michelle Bryson. Her parents were the head of the culinary school at Newbury College in Chestnut Hill, Mass, right outside of Boston. And she ended up marrying this real, and the way he described himself was a hick from upstate New York, about 8 miles from the Canadian border. And he used to house watch for vacationers in the wintertime up in the Finger Lakes up in upstate New York. Fonda, right around Fonda is where it was, where he grew up. And he kind of chased Michelle because her parents had a vacation home up there. That's how they met. She never wanted to get married. She'd been married before and she never wanted to get married. They were 10 years older than me at the time. I was, 20 years old. And he ends up chasing her down here to Boston and ends up convincing her to marry him. So the parents used to prospect, with real estate. They'd buy a house for, whatever, and they'd sit on it for 6 months to a year and then flip it. They wouldn't do anything to the house. Michelle would live in it, and they would just flip it and make $20,000, $30,000, whatever. Especially around here, that's the way property works. So what we did was, when I met him, this is, huge guy. He must have been about 6'4", but he had, so built like a brick shit house. And all he did was grow weed. In fact, when Michelle and him met up in upstate New York, he used to live on his friend Vern's 400 acres down by what was called the Sheep Dam. And he lived in a shack with dirt floors, no running water, no electricity. He grew his own vegetables. He had 2 dogs. He had 20 dogs. One of them was called Satan, which is the one he brought down to Boston. And if anybody, I'll tell you a little story about the dog because it was a pretty crazy freaking nut dog. But he lived on his friend's land, Vern, and would grow outdoors every season. And Michelle used to tell me they used to sweep more shit out the door than they were trimming. That's how much weed he'd grow in a freaking season up there. And he grew up, his father was a smuggler. He actually showed me a picture when he was 12 years old in front of a single engine Cessna on his friend Vern's property with his father with a 22 rifle just shooting at his feet, making him dance. So, he was a tough son of a bitch, his father being the smuggler, and all he did was, grow weed. And he's the one who said to me, listen, so I ended up moving in with him in this house. I needed a place to live. I was 20 years old. Michelle's like, yeah, why don't you move in with us? You can pay us some rent. And my folks had gone to the Canary Islands on vacation all summer. And so I moved in with them at this house. And he ended up turning, because he used to work for a local company and he had a lawsuit because 2 pallets of fruit fell on him, like, half a ton each or something. He had a lawsuit going. So he was waiting on the insurance claim. And he goes, I'm going to start growing in the house. He goes, we're going to turn the master bedroom into a grow. And I said, okay, what does that mean? So he had 1,000 watt light. He had 1,000 water. I know it was just down the electric, it wasn't like any hydro stores were around at the time. And back then you couldn't go to the hydro stores because most of the cars were actually watching. I mean, there's only one around called Worms Way in my area. And so we went, you go to the electrical company to grab your lights. So, only electricians went there. They wouldn't even sell to, I think, regular homeowners. You had to have a contractor's license. So, but he had a connection, or she did, whatever the case. She got 1,000 watt. And I remember the ballast being an old tin can. It looked like I don't even know how, like a mini little generator, and it had a very thin veil of aluminum over it for a shell and a housing. A couple of vents on either end, but the thing hummed so loud. It still had tubes, I think, in it. That's how old this thing was. I think it still ran on tubes, and so he ends up, we sit there, 2 5-gallon buckets. I'll never forget it. It would be 95 degrees in that friggin' room. We took black trash bags and put them on the windows, the 2 windows that were there. It had hardwood floor, so we didn't have to worry about anything. And the Dixie cups, we started with Dixie cups, and it was just bag seed. I remember that. He would pick, you know, if he got some herb down in Boston that was actually decent, he would actually start saving the seeds. And so we planted, I think, all together. Not that we were gonna. I have no idea if he was gonna, like, obviously flower, but it was a couple hundred seeds in these, you know, the little paper cups. You know, it must have been at least 200, 150 anyway. And then we got to the point where we were transplanting them into like 1 gallons, I think. And Michelle's brother was going to come because he was living in South Carolina, but he was, you know, like a real, you know, always in trouble. And I guess he got in trouble down in South Carolina and had to move his family, his wife and 3 kids, up to Boston and had to stay with us. And the plants had gotten up. Now, we had only gotten to the veg stage, and the plants were maybe only about 2 feet tall. And if even, I'd say even smaller than that, maybe 12 to 18 inches. And we had to move them all up to upstate New York because we didn't want them around because this kid would just friggin' ruin everything. So, like, most likely try to steal it. So we rented a U-Haul, little trailer, enclosed trailer, and we loaded them all up into this trailer, and thankfully got them up to Vern's property again. And we put them out. This must have been around middle of July, beginning of July maybe, and just scattered them all over the 400 acres. So started indoors, ended up outdoors. These are the people that I moved out to. I was supposed to move to Oregon with, and we ended up in Arizona. But what happened was we were going to leave right around Labor Day that year. So we went up to he finally took me up again to the sheep dam. When we went up there with the plants, we didn't go to the sheep dam. And he took me to the sheep dam. We camped there, and we went around to harvest some stuff. Obviously, extremely early, some of it. He knew it, you know. He was kind of teaching me at that point outdoor, like, you know, you got to let it go long. You're like, you can't take it. It looks good. Some of these look good right now. And he was scoping some stuff. But his friend Vern had gone around and taken all the good buds off anyway. So everything that we were bringing home was just crap. It was all rock. And that's when I had my first edible. Took some of the leaf or whatever and put it in a blender and ground it up and made brownies with it. And that's when I slept for a weekend. On a Friday, I took one brownie, and an hour later thought I wasn't feeling it. So I took another brownie, and oh my God, I did. I didn't get up until Monday morning for work. And so we harvested that, and we took most of it out to pretty much to Arizona. We dumped as much as we could to make some money. He got his insurance settlement and took off. And that's when I ended up in Arizona. And I only lasted about 30 days anyway. So I ended up coming home. That's another crazy story. Why I lasted 30 days. I always tell people it's because there was really nothing to do. And my original destination was Oregon, but it's a pretty crazy story.
You've got a fucking bunch of amazing stories, Charlie. And that's why I actually love having you come on. You've had an amazing life. From what I can tell, you've had some fun. You've had some fun.
I have. That's what my wife says. She's a little bit younger than I am. She says the same thing. She's like, you're just like my father. He's got stories. He used to tell stories, you know, God rest his soul. He used to tell stories all the time. Yeah, I guess I'm pretty crazy one. Yeah, I've been fortunate. I'm still here. But, you know, I'm blessed. That's why I'm blessed. I'm grateful. I go through a gratitude list every single day. And I mean that. I do. I go through it in my head. Like, I'm just lucky to be here. You know, just lost everything. I got a nice garden right now. I got a lot of other things going on. I got the other license. So I just, you know, I can sit back a little bit, you know, and just enjoy. You know, this is time that I make, you know, like they say, if it's important enough to you, you'll make the time. You'll make the time if it's important enough. That's why I really appreciate it, man. I make the time because I just have so much respect for you. And that's what it is. You know, time is life. No. So, not to kiss ass too much. I don't want to kiss ass too much. You are. You're bad, mad respect, man. I've been watching you for a couple of years on IG. You're always killing it, man, and you're consistent. It's not a one and done. It's nice when you post the garden. It's great, but do it all. Do it for a living. Now talk to me when you do it for a living. You know what I mean?
I'm looking at a ton of beautiful plants behind you. You ain't got shit. I ain't got shit on you. So I'm loving it. You got a lot more experience than I do. It sounds like. So my hat's off to you. My hat's off to you.
Lucky. Just been lucky. I've always had things going. Once I got the bug in '85 indoors, living in the city, and I always just made the space. I always had a closet. Always had something. If it stunk, it stunk. Sometimes I wasn't living in the best places, so everybody was pretty much in the building or whatever was smoking grass. You'd smell it down the hallway, so what would it matter if you smelled a little herb here and there? You know what I mean? Fresh herb. They wouldn't know what the hell the difference was anyway. You know what I mean? Between fresh and smoke. So, is what it is.
So what kind of medium were you using in that first grow?
Just soil, just bag soil that we had got. I mean, there wasn't any Home Depots back then, so I'll be honest. We probably went down to the local garden center and just got some potting soil and was using that. I knew he was adding a little bit of perlite to it, a little bit of a mix, and that was it. That was it. I know he was brewing up teas back then. Exactly what was in it, I don't know. I can't remember. It's been a long time. So, but they were looking pretty damn good by the time we had to move those things. Incredibly healthy. I mean, he's one was like, yeah, you got to top these things. Yeah, this is how instead of a Christmas tree that I'd have outside. At that point, I was just letting things go. I didn't know to top anything or anything like that. So he's the one who pretty much got me down. Devil from the details. So he kind of taught me a few techniques.
I try to pick up techniques from anywhere and everywhere, and I have been blessed to talk to a lot of great people like yourself to pick up and get some new ideas in this whole journey. So
I do soil now. I'll be honest. I do soil now, but at this point, I have, it's slower growth. I'm not looking for slower growth. I'm looking for. I got to schedule it. I got to keep. I want them to go at a certain rate. That's really the key. I mean, that's what goes into my choosing genetics is how fast, what's their growth rate. I want them to be able to keep up and veg. I don't need any slow growers. I've had those KGB leaners, and they're slow as hell, just like some of the cookie leaners I've had too. They've been a little slow.
So I've heard you mention before we get too serious, I guess, into the grow aspect. Tell me about how you ended up being. I remember you told me you worked at a managed a grow store there. How'd you end up in the grow store?
Well, I've managed many nurseries, big and small, local to some of the bigger ones in my area. Anybody around my area knows Western Nursery. That's for sure. That's I think they've expanded now to almost 1,000 acres. But at the time I was there was anywhere between 450 and 600 acres that I took care of. When I got out of the hospital in 2010, I ended up moving 2 years later. 2 years, I had my daughter. I was living with my brother-in-law who was having some problems of his own at the time. He owned a house, but he was in the process of getting foreclosed on back in 2012, I think it was. And so we were living with him, and we had to move. I had gotten sick of it. My daughter was born. Wasn't going to raise my daughter in that environment. And so we ended up moving to, funny enough, to Brockton, where I was just talking about, where I had my first grow. I already had a closet going in my brother-in-law's house. He knew it. My mother-in-law knew it. They used to make, we weren't getting along at the time. And they didn't like me at first. But I married their good girl daughter. They're the only daughter in the family. And their baby too, for that matter. And they used to make little sly comments. my mother-in-law, like, oh, doesn't it smell like a skunk in here? Doesn't it smell like a skunk? Oh, it stinks. What's that smell? And I'd walk by her and just give her a snicker, like, yeah, whatever. and so I had a little 6x4. That's when I had actually it was 1,000 water, and then I had another 400 water that I had that kind of stuck in the corner there. I started out with G5 again. This is right after I got out of the hospital, and my buddy was like, "Yeah, here's some cash. Go buy some stuff." So I started there, and then when we moved to every house, at that point, every house, it was just starting to go legal around here. It just gotten decriminalized, ounce or less. I knew it was going to be on the ballot. I think it was 2014 to go for medical. I think I can't remember the exact timeline. I think it was decriminalized 2010, 2011, 2012, whatever it was. And then I know 2012 it went medical, and then I think 2014 is when it went rec. Or 20, yeah, I think so. No, 2016 it finally went rec at the big election, the national election. So anyway, so I knew it was leaning that way. So, I really wasn't too worried about it this time around. Not like before. I used to always be worried about it, a knock and talk, the cops coming up to your door and knocking and wanting to smell everything. But I've always been, I say this, and I knock on wood, always been fortunate. I played it smart. I'm not stupid. I'm not one that's going to go around and start bragging about anything. You know what I mean? And draw attention to myself. When I was growing, all those years indoors, that's the last thing that I've ever done. So I've always kind of been on the quiet side. That's why I had a very tight knit community. So I went from there in my brother's 6x4 closet with that 1,400 watts to an apartment in Brockton. And when I was looking at the apartment to get it, the lady that owned it goes, she goes, I have no sense of smell. So how does it smell in this? It was a third floor triple decker. And she goes, I have no sense of smell. I've been letting my nephew live in here. You see that mattress over there? That's from my nephew. Does it stink in here? Because I have no sense of smell. And as soon as she said that, I went, I'll take the apartment. Because I knew she wouldn't smell it. Swear to God, I said it in my head. I'm like, yeah, we got to take this one, babe. And because it had a closet. Now it was a 2-bedroom, but she made the front room into a bedroom. So she called it a 3-bedroom. I didn't care. I just, I was looking for a good place to be able to grow, and be able to draw the electricity that I needed to draw to do what I needed to do. That's all I cared about. You know what I mean? So it had the biggest bedroom had a closet that was about 2 feet wide, a little over 2 feet wide, but it went back like 10 or 12 feet. So I said, perfect. I'll put 2 Dowies. I can line them up just wide enough because I had the extra sun 6-inch reflectors at the time, so I could line them up. They fit perfect, and they had one of those white wire shelves that I just raised up as high as I could, but I could fit my sofa up there. So
I can just picture a young fucking farmerWillie, all fucking giddy, trying not to crack under that. Yeah. I can't smell a thing comment shit just because I was fucking just cheesing over here. How fucking funny is that? It's fucking.
I was trying. Now when I started up again in the 6x4, I in that closet in Quincy, I was in DWC. I didn't want to have to bring up bags of soil. I didn't want anybody to see soil. I had my water source was right down the hall. They had good water. PPMs were on 86 coming out of right out of the tap. So I was like, wow, I got some good water here. And I just didn't want to have to get rid of roof walls. You know what I mean? I was living in a 4-bedroom house in a little cul-de-sac, so I had to be a little careful. Though we go, down the hill to the store or whatever, and you could smell it on a good, if the wind was right that day, you could smell it a good quarter mile away. My wife would smell it. I have no real sense of smell sometimes. It's real in and out. And my wife would be like, either somebody else is growing in this neighborhood or that's our garden right now that I'm smelling. And we'd be about a quarter mile away. And but I was in DWC. So what happened was I had 9 buckets going at first in Quincy. And then I think I knocked it back to 8 buckets or something in that closet. And I only had 1 strain at the time. And that was, I actually had 2. I think I had a Black Widow but I got rid of the Black Widow when I moved because I wanted to keep the strain that was the most potent and the one that was going to give me the biggest production. So I kept this strain called Lemon Dog. Now this is where I had gotten from that my friend at Sour Seed there, Rob Sauer, and he's on Instagram too. If anybody ever wants to check him out, he's got some serious gear. I still have some of the stuff that I'm thinking about cracking pretty soon after this round. But I was in DWC, so I go to this place, hardwood floors, so I have 8 buckets in the closet, no problems. So I got 2 lights going, and then I decided that I was gonna, because I had the seed bedroom that was just more of a storage area for our stuff. I figured I'm gonna get a tent, and I'm gonna put up a couple more lights. I'm gonna get a couple, double my buckets, And when we moved to Brockton, we used to walk down the street, a couple miles, take walks because we didn't have a car yet. So we used to take a walk down to the local Kmart, which is a few miles away. And as we're walking by one time, my wife saw the sign, Mass Hydro. And I saw it, but I was thinking it was a water company. I wasn't thinking it was a grow store, That wasn't my first thought because there weren't a lot of grow stores yet, really, that had popped up. So on the way back, my wife goes, "Hey, did you notice that sign?" Because she didn't say anything to herself. She didn't say anything to me. She kept it to herself. So on the way back, she goes, "Hey, did you see that sign? It says Mass Hydro." She goes, "I wonder if that's a hydro store." And I'm like, "Oh yeah," it just dawned on me, like, "Oh yeah, shit, it might be." Sure enough, they had literally just opened the doors about a week earlier. They were still setting up all the computers and security systems. And I kind of walked in. Everybody was busy, so I just wanted to check the place out. But obviously, being down the street, because I used to have to go into Boston to get anything I needed. Anything I needed, newts, just basically newts, net pots, buckets, filters. I mean, the whole schmeal. I had to go to this place called the Boston Gardener, which is in Dudley Square in Boston. So the guy that owns that actually owns the Hempest. It's a clothing store that's nationwide. What's his name? Napoli, John Napoli. So he actually had offered me a job there, but I couldn't make it there from Brockton because I had no car. So I become a customer at this other place. Thank God it was right down the street in Brockton. And I kept walking in, and I started obviously getting to know them because, IG was around, but I actually had Rob Sauer when IG first started, and I was still in Quincy growing. That kid from my friend from Sour Seed there, Rob, he's like, "Dude, I'd love to see some more pictures," because we were posting on Hydrocana Vader's site pictures. I sent them to him because I didn't want any paper trail, so I was sending them to him, and then he repost them on his site. I think it was because the phones weren't, you couldn't do it on your phone yet, or on my phone anyway. At the time, this is when smartphones had just come out, 2012, 2013. So he was actually in the beginning of Instagram. He was like, "Yeah, dude, there's this new platform called Instagram, and it's completely anonymous. It's it's before Facebook bought them, and I almost started posting there. I created an account and everything, but I never ended up posting on the original Instagram. But anyway, so I became a customer at the store, and that's where I met the manager, Maya, and Mike, the other guy who was manager, and everything was. I was going there for about 6 months. We started to talk, get to know each other a little more, and I needed some specialty items, and they were willing to get them for me. So we really started to have a good rapport. And then Mike quit, and I happened to be there at the right time, at the right day. And Maya was there, who was the real manager, and he's like, "Hey," he goes, "You want a job?" And I said, "Hell shit, yeah, I'll take a job," And like I said, I've managed nurseries before, so garden centers, the work. So I was familiar with most of the products. Plus, he, obviously growing. I knew it was a bare bones type of store. It wasn't like they had everything. They'd have, you know, all the big names, Tonic Kid, General Hydro, Fox Farm, um, Nanolux, you know, when it comes to ballasts and all that. But, you know, it really was a bare bones because his flagship store was in Fall River, which your boy, Roy Boy, probably has been to before. Derek Ross is the owner. Derek, he used to own the chain. They are no longer because he only opened, I think it was 3 or 4 stores max. I had 2 of them, the one in Attleboro and the one in Brockton. And he only used it because he was a commercial. He used to do builds. That's what he did out west. He did big builds. And like I said, I didn't even meet him until about 3 months after I took the store over. What happened was Meyer, the manager, after I had been working there about 3 weeks, right before Christmas that year, Meyer just didn't show up for work one day. It was like a Saturday or a Sunday, whatever it was. And nobody could find him. He wasn't answering any messages. And Derek had actually called me, the owner. He called me. You know, I'm like, I haven't heard him. And he goes, hey, you know, how do you feel about being manager? And I said, well, I said, either you have no choice but to ask me because we haven't even met yet. You know, and I guess if you're going to pay me more money, I'll take the job. That's basically how I said it. If you're going to pay me more money, I'll take the job. So that's how I became the manager of those 2 spots, you know. And he was going to open a 4th. We actually started building it out, but then he never opened the store. So, but anyway, I worked there for about 7 months, 7 days a week. What happened with Meyer was he had told me his story. The manager that hired me, he was a prodigy in our area, and he made he grew up in Hingham, Mass, down by the in the South Shore, down by the right on the harbor, right by Hingham Harbor, and he was one of those overachievers, and he had made a film that's taught to this day at the school his senior year or something. But he was at the age of 23. Remember the old pin drop commercials on Sprint? Do you remember that?
I do.
Remember that? He's the one who did the national worldwide launch of that, the Sprint. He's the one who designed it all and directed it all, and at the age of 23. So the way he got into it was he had gone to Northwestern, I guess, and got his undergrads there, and he was going to I don't know if it was UCLA or it was Berkeley or Stanford. Maybe it was Stanford or something. He was going to law school out in California, and so his freshman year in law school, he ended up meeting this. He's gay, Meyer, and he ended up meeting this much younger dude that was a Korean dude that became his boyfriend, and grew up in poverty, and since the age of 15 had grown. So he introduced Meyer to growing, and that's when and with Meyer's connections and some deep pockets out in California, they ended up eventually getting licensed and opening up some warehouse operations out in Cali. I guess they had 3, 4th was being built, and they had this gentleman that wanted to be there were 3 partners, and then there was another guy that wanted to be the 4th partner, and nobody really liked him too much. So they were very diplomatic about it, but they said, no, we're not looking for another partner at this point. And they were supplying, I think, the only dispensary that was in South Central at the time, their warehouses. And Maya used to do the drop off. And when they told this 4th guy that they didn't really want to be partners, he went running to the feds and told them that they were running guns and pills and all this other shit through their warehouses. Yeah, and that's all it takes. And especially back then, this was, you know, I think it was 2014 or so. And that's I told the story before that's when they confiscated 2 houses, 5 cars, 3 bank accounts, all the warehouses. His 4th warehouse was going to be his little laboratory. He said, you know, it's where he's going to be able to do some crosses. He was really getting into tissue sampling back then as well already, you know, but doing a lot of other things that he had dreamed about doing. You know, he dropped out of law school once he met this kid. He had never smoked grass before until he met him. And they fell madly in love, and he's smoking grass now, and he's got these big grows in the feds. So I guess 3 days or 4 days after, now they never arrested him. So 4 days after it all went down, they were talking to their lawyer, and their lawyer said, if I were you, I'd get out of the state. So they ended up moving back here to Massachusetts. And then a week or two after being here, they were talking to their lawyer here, and their lawyer said, if I were you, I'd get out of the country. So they ended up getting out of the country and going to Israel. And anybody with Jewish blood can become a citizen over there. And that's what they did. They ended up getting married over there. And then when he came back, so when Maya was gone for those 3 days, the feds had got him. They came in. He was actually teaching at Grassroots Institute, which is that was in Quincy, and he was living right down the street from there. And at 2 o'clock in the morning, the feds came in and grabbed him and held him down in Rhode Island in their fed pen until he actually got bond. He did get bond. They didn't want to give him bond at first, and they didn't really want him. They just wanted whoever was doing the security for the dispensary out in South Central. It was either the Bloods or the Crips or one of the gangs that was doing it. They were actually trying to get them more than they were trying to get anybody else. They were using him as they were going to use him as a witness of some sorts. You know, that was the whole point. I mean, they didn't really even want him towards the end of it all. And so he got out after like 3 or 4 days. But because he was MIA, they put me in charge of the hydro stores. And one of the stipulations to his release and his bond was he can't work in the industry in any way, shape, or form. He couldn't teach at Grassroots. He was teaching the advanced course there. He actually wrote the syllabus for the whole school for Mikey and and Melissa, who run the school. Great people around here, and so he couldn't do anything. He couldn't even come back to the store and work. So he was basically screwed. And I smoked some of his stuff. The kid was good. The kid was really good at what he did. No question about it. So that's how I started managing those stores. That's a long-winded to say that's how I got the job. I didn't even meet the owner, Derek, until 3.5 months or something, and I had no idea. He came in and started ghost shopping because I didn't know what he looked like. No idea. And next thing you know, he came up after about 20 minutes of being in the store and said, "Hey, I'm Derek." And I said, at almost the same time he was saying it to me, I kind of knew it because I kept my eye on him the whole time. Like, who's this guy? And sure enough, yeah, he's Derek's a money guy. You know, he's in the business, just opened his own store, but he's all about the money end of it. You know, so I heard his product isn't all that great. He did some outdoor CBD stuff. It's in the shelves now, I guess, but somebody was saying that they basically make a mash out of it, and then they crush it, and they send that off, and it gets processed, and it's Salty Adams. Anybody check him out on IG, see his farm. Yeah, but they harvest. He's got the only outdoor now. In Massachusetts, he's got the only outdoor, but he does have something like 700 or 800 acres up in Maine. He does. He's in the Maine market too. I know he's on some board. He's only 33, 34 years old. He's on a board too up in British Columbia. I don't know if it's a consulting board for the state or for the county or what is it called, the province. I'm not sure exactly. So he's a pretty heavy hitter when it comes to being around here and being in the industry for a long time. That's it, bro.
There we go. Here's my fucking mic button.
I wish I could see chat. I can't see chat. I really wish I could,
Oh, they've been just killing it tonight, by the way.
Listening to long-winded stories. I got plenty of them.
We got 55. At one point we were up to 75. We still got 55 awesome people hanging out in chat. That chat's just plugging along tonight.
That's cool. That's cool. I'm ready to have a good Saturday night. I am.
I'm having a good night. I love your stories, man. I could sit and listen to you tell stories for fucking ever, I swear to God. You are a good storyteller, my friend. Your dad wasn't wrong.
When I was, hey, you remember Subby when he told the story about going to New York? You remember that when he was a kid? When he like basically left his house, ran away, went up to New York, ended up coming back after, I don't know, I forget what he said, how much time he spent up there, but he was only like 16 or 15 or something like that. All I kept thinking was, wow, now there's a parallel right there. Cause I was out at, right before right after or right before I turned 16 is when I was pretty I was kind of pushed out by my stepmother, you know. So you know, and I hold no anything. I say that just because it's a fact. But she didn't want me around. I I've come a long way. I hit yeah. I had nowhere to go. Excuse me. And yeah, if it wasn't for my friend's grandmother, I would have been on the street. She was like, yeah, you can move in with me. She was cool. She was cool. And don't forget her, Lib Whiting. She was actually she was a witness at the first suburban bank robbery and murder in America in 1933. She was a witness. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's a crazy story she told me. She had a Tommy gun barrel sitting right on her shoulder. She goes, I looked down, Bill. She goes, Billy, I looked down and I didn't even know I did it. It was just a puddle under my chair. She goes, I saw that barrel. I looked over and saw a barrel of a Tommy gun on my shoulder. And she goes, I just peed myself. Didn't even know I did it. They still have the bullet dents are still in the safe because it's still a bank.
Really?
So, yeah, you can look it up. Funny, we were, you know, my parents still live in the town, Needham, but we were just there last week and we parked right in front of the bank and I was telling my wife that story. Yeah. Yeah. Guys got the chair. They end up killing 2 cops and a bystander. They end up getting the chair. Yeah, all 3 of them. They were pissed because they got no money. The drop was made like 20 minutes early that morning. Yeah, and they were so pissed they shot the bank up. And they shot the cop walking across the train tracks. Yeah, McLeod.
Fucking shout out to SoCal Weed Nerd. He fucking types in chat. He's got me cracking up. Very true because 2 reasons. First of all, I want to give the shout out and what he said because you can't read it. He said, I'm stoned as fuck right now, just so you all know. And I have to agree, and I'm glad someone said it because, Charlie, you've left me a lot of room to enjoy these great stories and get high as fuck over here tonight.
Cool.
I haven't even had to say any shit over here, but just enjoy the fucking night and fucking smoke a fatty. And I am just roasted over here, brother.
Yeah. Yeah. I just smoked the first of the day, so I'm just getting started. Here,
You
let me
gotta
just
get,
yeah, go ahead.
catch up, man. Catch
I'm
up.
gonna fix my coffee. I'll be right back. I can hear you talking, so I'm gonna mute you so you don't hear my noise. I'm gonna get a coffee real quick. I'll be 2 minutes.
I'm gonna just say hi to people in chat real quick. Bill said fiber optic, excuse me, Alberta, Canada. Oh my gosh, Alberta, Canada grower, cannabis grower, Alberta cannabis grower. 3rd time's a charm. Johnny Caniseed, Aldridge 25, SoCal Weed Nerd, Sifter of Gold, JD's, Ed, Big Ed, 1961. Jax Greenstock, what's up, brother? I haven't got yours out. Arturo Ellie, thank you for joining us tonight. Much love for all the above. Majestic Marks, thank you so much for popping in. I see a lot of large numbers, but I don't see 55 people talking in chat. You guys got to join in. That's part of the show. Say hello. Get to know everybody. Right? Right? People in chat? Am I right? Green Mountain Grower, welcome back. Hopefully you can pick up some more beans tonight. You never know. My beautiful daughter, Brittany. I love you, honey. I'm so glad you are able to join tonight. Hopefully Lexi is listening. I haven't seen her pop by yet in chat, so hopefully she is in a good mood tonight. Oh, I hear Lexi, I love you. I'm giving you shout outs right now. Chiba Man, oh, thank you. I'm just kind of catching up on these comments. Who else is in chat? Booms Farms, man. I really enjoy his company as well. Super cool dude. The American one, shout out to him. He uphold it down last night in the after sesh. I always like talking with him. Always fun conversation. Always leading me down the rabbit holes. Always good nights. Warlock, how you doing? I think I'm kind of pretty well caught up on everybody's hello. Red Setter Farm snuck in there. Didn't say hello back, but I got much love for you, brother. Who else did I miss? Aldridge 25. If I missed you, there you go. There's your shout out. Dink Agenda. Hello, how you doing? What's up from North Shore, MA? Is that Massachusetts, right? Until Mass. Hopefully. Super cool hearing local stories. Super cool to have you, brother. Dink Grower, how you doing? Blind Cat 420. Here comes some names. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Blind Cat 420. Great show. I wish I could listen to all his stories all night. I know he's got a lot of great stories. A lot of great stories. What are you guys smoking on? Well, I've got a second to talk with you guys and see what you guys are doing. Hopefully, you guys had an amazing Saturday like I did. It was a beautiful day up here in northern Michigan. Mr. Charlie's back. You got one rolled up too, Charlie? You got a fresh cup of coffee and one spun?
I am. I do. I do. I absolutely
No.
do. Hey, I hear somebody from the North Shore, man. Peace. I used to go scuba diving up there a long time ago. I used to go up right off of Marblehead, Rockport, get the lobsters.
We got the Dank Agenda is up there from North Shore.
Right on. Dank Agenda. What's up, man? Locals are great.
Says he's smoking some blue sunshine.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Beautiful.
Sounds pretty fucking good. I've
That
always
does.
sidetrack note. I was like in my. If you followed along through my journey at one point, and I still am a believer in this like a sun god like theory. I'm still into suns in a big
Yeah.
way. You know, we can't even survive without it. There's a lot to that, whatever. But
Yeah.
I have a lot of sun tattoos and whatnot, and I've been intrigued still. I mean,
Yeah.
just the science of the sun, the microwaves and the gamma rays and all that shit that come off and affect us in a lot of ways. It's all
Yeah.
a really cool theory. But the blue sunshine, that does just sounds like a good smoke. That sounds like
Yeah.
just a nice cruise and burn one smoke.
Ra, the sun god. Ra. Yeah. Did you see I just read an article how the sun right now is not as intense. I can't remember the reason why, but anybody out, maybe the American one has been reading on it, but it's not as intense right now for
We're
some
going
reason.
into our solar minimum right now, which is the lowest spots that you'll see in the next, I believe, 10 years, which is kind of crazy because we've already been in what scientists were thought we were in our grand minimum,
Right.
but nope, officially we have entered it. So, with that
Yeah.
being said, we may see some colder days ahead. Who knows?
Yeah. They were saying the sun flares. That's another contributing factor. Some the sun flares weren't happening as much or frequently or something, and that's probably what it has to do with. I'm not Mr. Science on the sun, but I know
Right now, what that means is we should be seeing fewer sunspots in the minimum.
I see. I see. I love the picture. Anytime I see anything with pictures of the sun or the moon or anything that has anything to do with the universe, man, I'm all over it. All over it. Yeah, it's just so, I'd be one of those guys that would want to go to space. I would. I would want to go if I had the chance.
Yeah, yeah. I
Yeah, I
don't know.
probably would. I know, huh? I know. I mean, I say that knowing there's probably no chance that I ever will. Put that chance right in front of me, and I might answer differently. I might really start thinking, being like, well, maybe not. It sounded good, but but knowing that I'll probably never have $3 million to spend on a seat, it's, Musk, I'm good. With Elon, yeah, I can say yeah, I'd go. Anybody else? Your boy Roy Boy, peace, man. He's always says hi to me all the time. He's local. He's local pretty much. Anybody within 500-mile radius is pretty much local for me. But he's local in Mass, man. And he's a vet, man. Thank you. I can't thank you enough for your service.
That about your boy Roy Boy.
Yeah, any vet out there. I have the deepest day. Listen, I tried to get into the Air Force in 1988, I think it was. I went through the whole process, man. I went to the MEP Center in South Boston, had my physical for 12 hours it took. And I told my recruiter before that, this is when the recruiter for the Air Force was on, you know, I got like 100 on my ep60 test and all that. So in high school, you know, I mean, I grew up in the generation that when you were in kindergarten, because of the Vietnam War and the draft still going on, that you actually in kindergarten they would give you a sheet of paper and it would say, which branch of the service do you want to go into? And you had the 4 choices. I'd always pick the Air Force because I was always in the planes, you know. And so when I took the high school exam, the ABSFAP, next thing I know, I've got the Air Force knocking on our door. My father was like, no way in hell, you're not going into the service. And, you know, I was going to a private school. He had all the dreams of college and all that. His service wasn't in the picture. But so in 88, I decided that I was going to do it. I needed a change. And I had no discipline. I figured that's where I could get it. And I was really running amok. And so I told my recruiter, I said, listen, I smoke grass, man. I know that's the one that stays in your system the longest. I said, I do other things too, but, you know, that's the one that's going to stay in for about 30 days or so. And he says to me, he goes, he goes, listen, I can't tell you what to do. And he goes, I can only tell you what my friend does. I got a friend down on Rhode Island who works for a boiler company. And he's got to take a urine in order to get the job. And he's got to take randoms every once in a while because he works with boilers, you know. And he drinks vinegar, he said to me. He goes, you know, he drinks like, you know, a pint or whatever the hell it is before, whatever he told me. And he goes, listen, he goes, but I can't tell you what to do. I'm just letting you know what he does. And he was a really cool recruiter. He wanted me to be in the St. Patrick's Day parade with him and everything. They made this little go-kart that looked like an F-17, F-15, whatever it was. And so he goes, listen, he goes, I'm going to make it, you know, give me a date, and I'm going to make it 30 days from that date, 31 days from that date. And I'm going to let you take your time and clean out. And then he goes, and then, you know, the night before, to be safe, you know, that's what my friend, you know, whatever. So they put us up in a hotel 24 hours beforehand, but I didn't stay clean that whole time because I was thinking, you know, I'll just drink the vinegar because I'm hearing good things about drinking this vinegar, about cleaning it out or whatever the case. And so I figured I was good at that. So I didn't stop smoking grass that month. So I even went to the local pharmacy in Hyde Park where I was living at the time, down by Cleary Square. And Richie, the old pharmacist there, I think it's Sunnydale. I think it's Sunnydale right there on River Street. But anyway, I told him one morning, I'm grabbing, you know, it's 8 in the morning, I'm grabbing a 12-pack of Bud Talls. And I said, hey, Richie, I said, I got this exam coming up, you know, this MEPS, and they're going to take a urine. Is there anything that I can do? You got any suggestions for me? And he goes, he slides me on the counter next to one of the 6-packs. He slides me this little manila envelope, you know, like you used to get the old dimes and nickels in here around Boston back in the late 70s and early 80s. And it's got a pill in it. And he goes, take this 24 hours before your exam, and it'll flush your system out. So I'm like, all right, good, thank you. You know, what a good shit, you know, because I told him I was going for the Air Force. And, so he goes, so anyway, I take the pill 24 hours beforehand, and that's all I did for maybe 8 to 12 hours. Every 15 minutes, I had a piss, and I didn't realize how urines worked. You know what I mean? At the time, no idea how urines worked. So, and the levels that are tested, et cetera, et cetera. So for that, so 24 hours before I'm take my urine for the service, I take this pill. I'm pissing so much, but then all of a sudden it stopped after about 12 hours. I wasn't pissing like I was just pissing for 8 to 12 hours, whatever the hell it was back then. So I spend the night in the hotel and I drink the vinegar on top of it. That stuff's horrible. Oh my God. I was having a tough time getting that shit down. And I wasn't drinking anything else with it. You know, like, what I should have been doing was doing the water and the vinegar, et cetera, et cetera. So anyway, I take the exam, give him the urine. I call my recruiter next time I talk to him, a day or two, whatever the hell it was. And he goes, hey, how'd it go? And I said, good. I said, you know, all I could think of was, what the hell, you know, did I pass the test? And he goes, no, it's just, if we don't hear anything, you know, 5 to 7 business days, he goes, you're good. You know, they're only going to contact me if you're positive. So I said, all right, cool. He goes, what job did you pick? And I said, well, I was looking for what's going to I could transfer into a good civil job. I said, I picked to be a nuclear and non-nuclear explosive specialist. Because it was, you know, this was 88, you know, computers were just about to explode. It had, you know, it was just a really good thing to be getting into. And he goes, what? The bomb squad? And I went, what do you mean? I said, bomb squad? No, I said, look at all the, you know, the big thing is the computers. And I'm going to be, you know, that's really what I want to get into. And he goes, no, man. He goes, no, you're on the bomb squad. So, but you know what? After 7 days or something, you know, we had talked on and off that week because he figured I was in, you know, and I was all excited. But sure enough, on the 9th day, I got a phone call from him at about 9 o'clock in the morning, and he just goes, hey, man, you came up positive. And I went, what? For what? And he goes, you know, for weed, man. Came up THC positive. So I was like, all right, I'll see you in 6 months then, I guess, right? He goes, not in this branch, you won't. Click. And just hung the phone up on. He wanted nothing to do with me, man. He dropped me like a hot potato, you know? And he was making it out like we were going to be friends, you know? It's just funny. I was a kid, naive, you know? I didn't know. But I came up THC positive, so that's why I didn't get in. You know, I will say this. We got sworn in at the end of that, at the end of the physical that day, you know, at the MEP Center there in Southie. And you do walk out of there. I will say I walked out of there after taking that oath, you know? And you feel a little different. I'm really disappointed. I mean, everything, you know, listen, I wasn't that disappointed. I just went back on the train I was already on. In other words, I just kept, you know, having that friggin' fast-paced life, you know what I mean? Fast lane life type deal. And I just got back on it, you know? Getting discipline and a little organization in my life was put off again, you know what I mean? Because I was so young. What did I give a shit? So, but yeah, so I have a lot of respect for all the vets. And I mean it. You're willing to sit in a friggin' foxhole and shit and piss and don't shower and eat shitty food and have nothing, literally nothing to defend us. Just think of that's just the beginning of the burden that they take on for us. That's just the beginning. Forget about some of the douchebags you got to deal with, the higher ups. You know what I mean? My godfather said it to me when I told him I was thinking about going into the Navy. He was in the Navy for 4 years back in the late 50s, early 60s, right before Nam. And he said, and he's my godfather, God love him, he's got Parkinson's now, but he said to me, he goes, listen, you want to get stuck on a ship for 6 months with the most uptight motherfuckers that you'll ever see on the face of this earth? Join the Navy. That's what he said to me. Just like that. He goes, you want to stay most uptight motherfuckers? Join the Navy, get stuck with them for 6 months on a ship you can't get off. What he said. He goes, Bill, I did it the hard way. He goes, you don't want to do it the hard way. But I always did everything the hard way. I'm a stubborn son of a bitch. It's just in my DNA. I don't even know what the hell we're going with that, do you?
What's that, Charlie?
So was I just babbling again? I said,
no, you're not just babbling again.
Yeah, that was just my story, I guess, about getting into service, my respect for the vets. Because I just said it. I don't have to say it again.
I just wanted to let you go, but your boy Roy Boy was in chat. He did hear your shout out.
Yeah, he's who I think of. He's literally who I think of. I'm fucking putting in that time, man. You know?
And it's a bummer that you can't see chat.
Yeah. You know, you guys want to hear a story about a vet. I kind of touched on this before, but in Quincy, Mass, there's a whole, down by the marina in Walston Beach, there's a whole bunch of, the marina is actually called William Shea Marina. named after my sister-in-law's grandfather. And there's a bunch of roads and everything in Quincy and the surrounding area because he was a commander in the Navy when World War II broke out. And I believe he was an English professor as well at Boston College, pretty well-known Jesuit school, you know. And I think it was 2 weeks before or maybe it was 2 months before he was killed. He wrote a letter to my sister-in-law's father, who also became a professor at Boston College, I think English as well, and headed the department actually. And but he wrote him when he was 5 years old a letter. So the grandfather wrote his son, and it was, if you read this letter, man, you can't help but come to tears knowing that this guy dies 2 months later. But it was such the Boston Globe, which is one of the biggest papers in the area, especially back then, they published it because it was such a moving and touching letter. It was just called Letter to Jackie. You can look it up. You can actually just Google it. It comes up right away. It's called Letter to Jackie. And he was on the USS Wasp, which during I think it was the battle of one of the straits, or it was right before, it was one of the biggest naval battles ever, but he was on aircraft. He was the commander of an aircraft carrier, USS Wasp. And he got hit by 3 or something Japanese torpedoes from the submarines. And they couldn't find the ship, and they finally found the ship about 2 years ago. But they don't tell anybody except the immediate family. So my sister-in-law, who I'm very good friends with, we're very close. She's the godmother of my daughter. And we grew up together in the same town. And so we've known each other for a decade. And she just found out 2 years ago. But you should read this letter, man. It's pretty moving. It's a pretty amazing thing, man. And, you know, just who her grandfather was. And so the New York Times published a huge article about it because the guy that helped start Microsoft, I can never remember his name. He was, you know, he hasn't been part of them for a year. I think it was the same guy that was Dancing with the Stars. I can never remember his name. I know somebody in chat will probably know. Howard Hughes, started building one of the biggest ships, recovery ships in the world. And when he passed away, it was actually used. He built the biggest ship, and it was for the CIA and the Secret Service, something like that. And what it did was it went around supposedly going to old sites, but it could lift a ton. This thing had a crane right in the middle of the you know, the body of the ship there, doors that opened up and cranes could go down. Well, what it was really used for back in the early 70s was to try and recover. It was like one of the most expensive ships ever built. And it was to go after a Russian sub that sank in the Pacific. And they started recovering part of it. I forget the name of the ship. Somebody else might know. It's a famous ship. And it was under cloak back then, though, as some kind of salvage ship that the government was doing, or you know, for oil or whatever the case. And but it was trying to bring up this sub that was a nuclear sub that still had warheads in it. And it got about halfway up, and it ended up getting detached or something. The buoy system that they were using to raise it to the surface somehow collapsed. But the guy that was the founder of Microsoft with Bill Gates, he bought it. And he uses it now to go around and find these ships that went down. And he found the Wasp 2 years ago. This is, you know, and that's a huge thing for my sister-in-law and her family. So the New York Times published a huge thing with quotes from her. You know, I think that's pretty cool. But to see some of the, you know, I actually had an uncle that was a tail gunner in World War II, you know, in the back of the Flying Fortress. And he was such a drunk that he, you know, after 25 sorties, he could come home. And he was such a drunk, he actually made it through because life expectancy as a tail gunner was literally one sortie. That was it. And you were done for. That was the death rate. So, but he made 25 friggin' missions. And he comes home and he's such a drunk, he actually re-enlisted for 25 more. He re-enlisted as a tail gunner and he made it. He died of drinking. My Uncle Paulie. Yeah, some of the old stories about that crazy bastard. But can you imagine that? Yeah. Sinclair, Paul Sinclair. Yep. Crazy side of the family, bro. Who the hell does that? But I got respect for anybody that's in the service. I just can't say it enough. It's Memorial Day weekend. I really think about the fallen soldiers during this weekend. I don't think of the barbecue, though that's fun, and family is awesome because that's what they fought for. You know, grateful. Things suck, man, but I wouldn't want to live anywhere else on this planet. I'll tell you that right now. I'm an American through and through, man. I love this country. Now, if we could all grow weed,
I'm pretty sure you don't have to convince anybody that you've got a huge heart, Charlie. That's for sure.
Yeah.
I was sold on that early on. Early on, I could tell that.
Thank you. That's nice to hear, obviously. Thank you.
You can especially tell by the way you talk about your daughter and your wife. That's for sure.
Yeah. Listen, I never thought I was going to have kids. Kids never entered the picture in my head, ever. Like, they never entered my head until I met my wife. You know, the common law wife that I was with that passed away, Lynn, God love her, I put her through hell, you know, and she was 15 years older than me. And shit, I'm baked. I forget what I was going to say. Shit, I can't remember. Sorry, guys, I got lost in thought and all baked.
Squirrel.
If anybody can remember, remind me.
No, I don't think anybody can remember you. You were talking about the age 15. She was 15 years older than you, and then
yeah, she was 15 years older than me.
You kind of spaced out there.
Yeah, she was. Oh yeah, kids. That's right. She was the. We had talked about it only because she was 43, and in 1972 had her tubes tied. She told me as soon as we met. It was a one-night stand that turned into almost 10 years. And when I was working at, you know, the Rathskeller in Boston, one of the most, it's like the CBG was the CBGBs of Boston, kind of that and the Bunratty and Bunratty's rather. And but when we first met, we had talked about it. I asked her, you know, she goes, no, I never wanted kids. I had my tubes tied in 1972. Are you kidding me? I saw what it did to my mother. And I said, I wasn't going to have a body like that. No way. It just wasn't going to happen. And I was like, well, are you open to adoption? Now, listen, I was 28 at the time, okay? I had just moved back from Florida. I told her the night after we met, when she was driving me back to the club for work, you know, she asked for my phone number, and I said, no. I said, listen, I said, yeah, I have no problem giving it to you. I said, but it's sun and fun. I just moved back from Florida. It's July. It's the summertime. No strings attached. And she's like, yeah, no problem. She goes, not at all. She goes, you know, do you mind if I come in tonight? You can do the same thing as last night? And I said, sure. Right on. But I told her no strings. And it ended up being 10 years. And, you know, we talked about adoption, you know, but we talked about it once. And it was in the very beginning. And we ended up 10 years. So it wasn't in the forefront of my head having kids. And then I met my wife, and it's one of the first things she ever talked to me about. Was, you know, she had never been married. She never had kids. I had never been married officially and never had kids. So, you know, Lynn was definitely my common law. We did everything legally together, et cetera, et cetera. So, you know, we had joint everything. So, but yeah, best thing I ever did was have my daughter. I tell her that every day. I say, you're the best thing I ever did. And I'll spoil the shit out of it to the day I die. I don't care.
You got to be careful with that. You got to be careful with it. It's one thing to know it. It's one thing to know it. But if you tell them that too often, then they tend to abuse it a little bit.
Oh, no question. No question. I'm old enough to see, and you know, background in psychology. You know, one of them anyway is I know exactly how she's developing, and I tell her that. I said, listen, you're pushing the line. I can give her a look. I've never raised my hand to her. I can give her a look. She knows right away her tail is between her legs. Period. Because I'm dead serious, and she knows it. Yeah. Because I can be too serious sometimes. I was beat as a kid, man. I was beat bad. I was in the hospital a few times. You know, age of 3 till I was 6, I was burned. Just I don't want to get into it, but everybody's got their war story. But yeah, stuff like that. So yeah, she can cross the line only so much, but like my wife says, you just never say no to her. I really kind of don't, but you live once, man. Yeah, I'm doing literally the opposite of what my parents did, because all I do is make me pissed off and just say, screw you. What, are you kidding me? You're not going to shove that bullshit down my throat. God love my father. God love my father, and I mean that. I love him to death. Listen, we buried the hatchet a long time ago. He and I have always been kind of close. You know what I mean? So, but he has his issues. Even to this day, he can't talk about my mother without crying. My mother that passed away. To this day, and we were never allowed to talk about it growing up. It was literally a secret in my house. That's why my mother, we were forced to call her mom, but she hates it when I call her stepmother. She can't stand it. When I was a kid, oh yeah, my friends, parents would call, or they'd talk at church. My friends' parents and my parents, and my mother would come home and say, oh, so I was talking to Mrs. Nemitz, and she said that, you had told her that, your stepmother, that I'm your stepmother. And I'd be like, yeah, well, that's what you are. But when I was 8, my father kind of gave us fat lips. We used to call her, by her real name. And then after they got married, and this is the one that was in the convent for 11 years. So it was pretty tough, man. It was pretty tough sometimes. That's why, when I was like 15, we had, after my mother passed, it was my brother, myself, and my father. And my father went on like a 1-year drinking binge. And as long as you didn't bother him too much, he didn't care what we did, man. Just don't get in trouble. I don't want to hear, don't call me if you get in trouble. Literally, when I was young, we'd walk a mile and a half when I was 4 or 5 years old. My brother was only 6. We'd walk a mile and a half to the movie theater every Saturday. My father'd sleep till friggin' noontime. Yeah, here's a quarter. Here's 50 cents, because that's all it cost back then. Go down. And we'd walk to, you see a friggin' 4 or 6-year-old walking down the street now, excuse my language. You kidding me? You call the cops. How many times we had a couple guys pull over, hey, you want to ride? And then my father, that's one thing he kind of drilled into our heads. You don't take any rides. Just go there and back. And that's what we did. That's why my older brother and I are kind of tight. We've been through some shit together that my 2 younger brothers, my first younger brother, he just, he witnessed some of it. So he's got PTSD too from some of it that he witnessed that was perpetrated against me. And same with my youngest brother. But my older brother and I, man, we went through some, we had a totally different life. Because my first younger brother went to his godmother for the first 3 years, literally right out of the hospital, went and lived with her until my father remarried. And when they came back from the honeymoon, that day, went and picked him up and said, no, this is not your mother, this is your mother. At like the age of 3 or 4, it's very confusing for a young kid. So when I, all the other bullshit, I had a babysitter that was pulling shit with us. That's why when I was 4, I had my first cigarette when I was 4. He gave me a haul of a cigarette at 4 years old. Who the hell does that? That's just nuts. Yeah, he's a crazy bastard. My brother actually hunted him down back in 1990. He put him in the hospital for 7 days. But, of course, my brother got in trouble for doing it. Beat the living shit out of the guy. So, but he paid society back, my brother. He shouldn't have, but he shouldn't have. He's been punished for anything my brother did to that son of a bitch. But anyway, we all got our war stories, man. Listen, put your story into a hat. Pull out another story. Guarantee you're gonna want your story back. Guarantee it, man. I was taught that a long time ago. You know what I mean? Everybody's got their war story. So I'm no sympathy seeker. It's just things that happen in people's lives. That's all, man. Everyone's different.
Oh no, you've got people in chat very much relating to your story. It's a bummer you can't see it.
Yeah, it is. It is. That's why I need to get another device. I need to get Wi-Fi in here. That's what I need to do. If I get Wi-Fi in here, then that's what I'm thinking of. I'll just pay for it, because I got to wire it away, so it's going to cost a couple $100. But I'm going to get it in this corner over here behind the phone. I'm thinking of making it into a green screen background. You know, I can do Twitch, I can stream, stuff like
That'd be
that. So I'm
fucking
gonna grow
cool.
up more. Yeah, I'm trying to anyway. It takes time. That's the thing I don't have yet. That's why my daughter is going to be very crucial to editing videos and trying to navigate everything. Just setting up Twitch, it's extremely complicated. Extremely complicated to set it up. For me,
Shit.
not
Before
for
long,
everybody else.
brother. Before long, she's gonna be the one editing your shit.
That's what I'm hoping. That's what I'm hoping. Please, believe me. That's exactly what, you know, and I tell her that every day almost. Because she's starting to get good at it. Oh yeah, my wife is telling me, you know, school. She's going around. You know, we got a brand new Chrome D2 for Christmas. You know, thank God we did because we didn't know we were going to do classroom stuff like this over, you know, the internet. So, but we had gotten her as a gift. We got her the D2, and it's exactly what they use, except hers is a little better version, a little more updated version, but it's the exact same thing that she uses in school. That's why we got her like the Chromebook one version of it, you know, and she's navigating. She's just all. My wife is like, I still, you know, my wife is good too. Don't get me wrong. She's way better than I am. You know, she actually grew up with kind of computers. You know, she's 11 years younger. So, but no, I'm still, you know, Twitch. I just can't. I have Streamlabs. I have a few other things, and then you gotta, you know, I gotta pick a few. I forget how. I don't even know how to use Streamlabs yet, and that's really for the mobile version. You know, something like that.
Oh man, I tell you what. Pedro was on the other day, and I messed with Twitch a little bit, and you know what I mean.
You know,
But then the other day he was on and got me thinking about the Streamlabs and the OBS. And I started messing with that, and I don't even. Jesus, that's a
yeah,
whole nother thing. You know what I mean? It's gonna. I can see right now that's gonna fucking take me some time playing with all that
yeah,
shit.
right. That's exactly right. That's why I need to. I should. I do have an HP at home. It's a little old, but it's been updated with Windows 10. I'm not a huge Windows fan, so I know people that use Windows 10 and they really like it, and because you can do the multi-window, you know, and so I really need to get up to speed on that, and then, you know, and that's kind of my goal over the next year. Really get myself educated on how to do some really quality streams, because that's why I got the Lafayette microphones so that when I'm making videos, the fans don't get really in the way, because I can't shut anything down in the main room. It's just impossible. I can't shut all the fans off. Take me only 20 minutes to go around, put them back on again. So, you know, and so anyway, so that's why I got those mics. I was looking today at getting, you know, one of those the mics with the arm, with the extender, so I can clamp it on anywhere. So, and that whole setup, you know, the shock, um, the thing for the wind, all that stuff. So it was only like $100 for a decent one, I think it was.
The little spit guard on it. Yeah,
Yeah,
pop guard.
right?
That
Yeah, guys, you know, like anything, you know, the more money you spend, the better it's going to be. I understand, but I'm trying to get something that's, you know, affordable. You know.
well, as far as mics go, I don't know if you're just hung up on the boom style mic, but I've got a Blue Snowball, which is it was like $75, and
Yeah, yeah.
I've been really happy with that. And then the next one up from there that's I've heard super great things about is the Yeti, which I think
Well,
checks in right around $100. A Yeti, it's called a
yeah,
Yeti,
yeah. Right on.
and
I've
that's
seen those.
really good.
That's about what I'm looking
Like
for too. Yeah, yeah. I was looking at a nice pair of Oakleys today too. I was thinking I need some new sunglasses for the summer. I've never bought a pair of Oakleys, so I think I'm gonna pull the trigger on some
I
Oakleys.
never jumped on that train either, brother.
Yeah, I break them, I lose them. I just bought my wife a nice pair of Ray-Bans. She looks like she should be a pilot, my wife. You know, she was a flight attendant for 15 years, something like that. Right around there. She worked for American. Just twin engines though. She's a few big ones. She's flown a 737, I think she said. She's flown a 737. but she did the Maine jump up to Maine. Everybody up in Maine, these Cunios, these two little twin engine. I forget what they were called, but it was called BizX back then. It was part of American's business line. You know, it was like private charters, stuff like that.
So actually, this is the background. That's actually a nice. I took that fucking shot at a fucking McDonald's in fucking Prudentsville, coming out of Walmart one night.
Oh, no kidding. Is that what that is?
Yeah.
That's a beautiful sunset, man. Look at that. That's gorgeous.
Yeah, it was. Beautiful night.
Yeah, I love sunset.
One of those moments when your camera actually catches what you see. You know what I mean?
Yeah. What do you have for a camera? What do you have for a phone?
I got the S9 and I just picked up the S20.
Oh, yeah, huh? That's what I want. I just got the S10 last year. I'm going to upgrade right away, though, I think, this summer.
I can't figure out a fucking use 100 times zoom yet, though.
Right. Yeah, that's all right. You just got it, though, right?
Oh, yeah. I can get it up to 30, but I can't. It's supposed to be able to go up to 100. They're like, you can actually see shit on the moon. I'm like, good. I want to see shit on the moon, but I haven't got there yet.
I heard it's super fast. Super fast, bro. Is it fast? It's a fast phone?
Yeah, it's beautiful graphics on it. Yeah, I love the phone.
Yeah. Now, do you have access to 5G where you live?
Yeah, the phone does. I hope not, to be honest with you. It's got some other technology too. It's Volo, or it starts with a V. I don't know what the fuck it is, but it's weird. It took my phone to get used to the area. It didn't want to play with my Wi-Fi for the longest time. It was, which is odd, super odd for my location. The Wi-Fi sucked dick up here, or not the Wi-Fi, but the Sprint like internet. And then all of a sudden, I bought the 20, and it was like blocking out. It wouldn't play nice with my Wi-Fi. It actually wanted to just be on the Sprint network, and it was actually working pretty good. So I just left it the fuck alone for the longest time.
Yeah, right on. Yeah. The Sprint just got bought by T-Mobile, man. It's under the T-Mobile umbrella now with Metro PCS and everything else. So Sprint's a good network, man. They combine. Yeah. So I used to have Sprint myself a few years ago. Then they kind of screwed me on a bill, so I said, screw you. And we went over to T-Mobile. We had Verizon. I had Verizon years ago, and I got to say, Verizon so far with smartphones. Now I had the old HTC Motorola, you know, back in the day, and that I got through Verizon, and it was some of the best service that I had, especially back then. We had no real lags back. I had a lot of buffering when it came to YouTube sometimes, but you know, all in all, I was really always been happy with Verizon. So we're with T-Mobile now, and I got to say it's not that bad, you know. But I got the what is it, the 10s Plus Ultra? I get the 5G capability on this phone, but it's hard to pick up because there's not a lot of 5G yet. You know what I mean? It's really patchy work.
You want to fucking talk about sounding like an old fucker? I've had my same Sprint number for 26 years. 26 consecutive fucking years with that number. And now, that number got me through a lot of business right there. There was times where, because when I was doing Eagle Eye Home Improvements, was my business name, by the way. When I was doing that full time, I never really advertised. It was I went for 20 years by word of mouth, and I never changed that fucking phone number. And people would call like fucking 8 years later, and they'd be like, "Oh my god, it's the same number. I was hoping it was you." But keeping the number kept me in a lot of work. That's for sure.
Yeah. I've had this number now. This is, I was thankful that now around here, I don't know, it's probably the same around you. You've had that number that long, that means your area code, it's worth some money. Like people want to buy that area code because I got a 617 and you haven't been able to get 617 numbers for a long time for an area code. it's Boston, Central Mass, right there, like the heart of Massachusetts. And my wife and I both have 617. We've been offered thousands of dollars for it, and no, I'm good. I don't want it. It's just I don't need your money. I want my area code. It's where I was born and raised. I grew up with 617. Yeah, are you kidding me? Oh no, I'm just lucky I have it. I just got lucky. Just purely lucky I have it. You know. So yeah, I've had it now for 10 years. This one.
It's funny when I go into Sprint, the number is actually so old they know. You know what I mean?
Right, right. Totally.
The area code's not so common because 810 was it used to be 313 and then they broke it up into 810, but that was a long time ago. And I guess that would be the coveted one. You know what I'm saying? The
Right.
313.
Absolutely. Yeah.
But they
yeah,
can fucking they can tell by the first 3 digits of my number. They're like, oh yeah, that's a fucking oldie right there. Yeah, that and it's always a lead in for a good conversation with a rep.
I like talking to kids that don't know what a rotary phone is, or even a touch tone. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh,
They were fun, man. Even looking back, man, it was like, geez.
No more payphones. Like, I had a friend of mine that actually owned, like, I forget how many boxes, man. He was a cash cow. You know, it was one of those 50-cent phones. You know, he owned them for like, I don't know, maybe 6-7 years, but he literally cashed out in the 90s with those things. You know, it's when they went pretty much private before, you know, New England Bell and all them basically sold them off because they didn't want them anymore. They knew where the market was going to go. Even wireless. I had my first cell phone was 1988 or 87, and it came in, you know, the old metal box. What are those called? The Albatross or whatever? You know, Pelican brief? Yeah, Pelican. Came one of those metal Pelican briefs, man. It had a battery next to it. Oh, dude, the thing weighed a ton. And it was only good for
shoebox looking motherfucker.
No, it was bigger than that. It was literally a freaking good sized briefcase. But it must have been, you know, let me do it this way. Must have been like this big and this. Yeah, I was selling a lot of, you know, powder back then. So rock more than powder. You know, it was still white. It wasn't the crack. You know, crack wasn't my thing, but it was a whole lot of powder, man. That was kind of a lot of Boston cops, put it that way. I went to a high school in Boston, so you know, every generation has their crew that goes into the freaking police force. And you know, if you go home, believe me, they were big consumers. All the CEOs, everybody. Yeah. So I've been lucky. I grew up in
what was the famous bar there in the 70s? Not necessarily like Boston, but like in the New York area.
Oh, CBGB's?
Yeah. Well, no. It was like the cocaine bar in like
Studio 54. Studio 54.
Yeah. Did you ever go there?
Have you ever, did you pop back? Yeah, I was in high school. You know, I was just about entering high school or just about to anyway. I was in junior high when that was kind of big because they closed down in like 79 and 80 or something. You know what I mean? They got closed down when they raided the place. But, you know, it only had like a 4-year stint or something, real heavy 4-year stint. So, no, I wish I watched those shows because I think of, you know, holy shit. Because, you know, I was always a throwback hippie in a way. You know, I was always a deadhead. My brother got me into dead early. You know, my brother is one of those. Now, I'm a deadhead, man. I'm trying to get my daughter into them, you know, and she's starting. She's doing a few songs, you know, some of the mainstreams like Sugar Magnolia and stuff. I played at Franklin Towers. She loved that Franklin Towers. And but anyway, so my brother kind of got me into the dead, and so I've always been. When I was growing up, you know, we had MIT. MIT. If anybody knows anything about the LSD, how LSD really came mainstream, especially in the 60s, it came from MIT. The MIT boys, you know, they were the rich kids. It was actually the ones that bankrolled the Grateful Dead. So anyway, we had some good stuff going around when I was a kid, man. And that was one of my big things. I started getting into that when I was 13, you know, real heavy. And I was selling it, and then mushrooms came in. Mushrooms came in more towards my later teens. You could get those a little bit more. You know, I had a friend up in Vermont. He used to, every once in a while, we got motivated enough, and timing was just right. Sometimes we'd scoot up to his farm that he had up there, dairy farm, and we'd be able to get mushrooms right out of the cow patties. It was a perfect spring morning. You know, I think we ended up, you know, sometimes they were, you know, could be iffy and spotty. You have to walk a lot over the acres to find, you know, just a good handful. But every once in a while we do that. But yeah, man, I used to trip hard. That was my thing. And then, sure enough, now I haven't taken it in years. Mushrooms going to be, you know, I haven't done mushrooms either in years, but I want to desperately try to, you know, not just microdosing, but my brother and I, and even my wife, taking a weekend, going out and really chowing, you know, getting some quality mushrooms. It's been 20 years almost since I've done those. So, but that
always
you know,
a good time. Always a good
yeah,
time.
yeah. When I lived in Florida, we used to every once a month. I worked with this dude, ruthless masonry. We worked 14 hours a day. We laid 23, anywhere right around 23 to 2,400 square foot of brick a day, and that's with the subgrade, discrete, compact, the works, brother. And I mean all the cuts. And anybody knows about that interlocking paving systems? Man, I could do it in my sleep. And 15 pallets of brick is a lot of brick, and that's in a day, anywhere between 9 and 14. On a Saturday, if we were really fucked up, we could do 15 pallets, me and this other kid. Yeah, it was a four-man crew, and the fourth guy was the boss, and he really wasn't allowed too much. You know, he'd take off for hours while we were doing all the grunt work. We worked Boca, down at Point Beach, Boca, all the way down North Lauderdale, Hollywood, all the big, you know, down by the West Palm Beach Polo Club. Nothing but money, man. We go into those $1 million mansions. We did the CEO of Black and Decker in DeWalt in North Lauderdale. And it was like old colony, old Bay colony, and it was a development. And just his gazebo and the dock in the back for his yacht was like 75,000 square feet of brick. And then the gazebo was, anybody that's done masonry, man, they're gonna understand that. The gazebo was 25 feet high, and it was just pillars with this beautiful roof, you know. And you know, I think they were about 3 foot or 2.5 foot pillars. And they were all, it was a circumference, it was a circle. And it took 9 pallets of brick, and they were all one by one. If anybody's ever laid one by one, laid paving system, that's a lot of brick, man. They're a pain in the ass they can deal with. We didn't use brick movers. We used wheelbarrows, and you know, especially, you know, any of the 2x9s. You know, we were the brick holders. I mean, the brick grabbers, man. Yeah, we used to do 12 by 12, man. I used to work some ruthless hours down there. That's why when I came back from Florida, that's when I finally got the job at PJ National. I was so sick of doing this, especially back then. You know, I think I was making $6.50 an hour. You know, I was like, I came from Boston making 15. Now back then, I was making 15 to 18 bucks an hour. Going down to Florida, making $6.50 an hour, doing this ruthless work, man. And I was like, you got to be kidding me. Yeah. And he was an independent contractor. So, you know, we just go 5 o'clock in the morning, we get in the truck, and I was the grunt. So I'd have all that gunite sand just blowing in my face on the highway 95. Oh, I'll never forget that. But I came back and opened my masonry business after that. I came back. My brother was starting his own business. He needed somebody that was confident, that knew what he could do. Not only know what they were doing, but I could deal with the customers and talk to them intelligently. You know, walk them step by step through what we were doing, you know, and I could do the masonry on the side. So, yeah, go ahead. I don't mean to babble.
You're not babbling, brother. You're not babbling. Jesus.
Yeah, I know. You know, that's a great picture right behind you there. Right there, bro. That almost looks like the Bewitched.
I'm not sure what that is. Oh, that's the Beautiful Loser is what that shot is right there.
That looks sick. Yeah.
I'm just catching up on my check as we're talking about, you know, kids and the technology. I'm just stepping up myself and learning some of this shit. Just kind of playing while we're talking. You gotta learn sometime, man. You gotta learn sometime.
Right. That's right, man. That's right. Shit.
Mind if I take a dab and
No, please do. Please do. What am I gonna do here? I'm gonna need some
Yeah, I
water.
haven't seen you puffing in a few minutes either, brother.
Yeah, you know what? I will. I will right now. Yeah, I'm spending the night here, so doesn't
So
matter.
you
All
never
Jack and
really.
coffee. Jack. All caffeine.
When did you decide to step out of the closet there, that girl?
All right. So what happened was, all right. So I at this point when I was working at the store and I was still living in Brockton, um, when I got the tent going, I got a 5x10 tent. I put 4 lights in it, and it was a little bit of overkill. But I ended up putting, because I had BWC buckets, 5-gallon buckets, just individual, not a reserve. So there was no reservoirs or anything like that. They were just individual buckets. I had 110 liter, couple 110 liter pumps. I had hung everything with bungee cords, so it was really eating up the vibration, so you couldn't hear, hopefully you couldn't hear anything. And I had it cycling on and off every 15 minutes, so the buckets weren't just constantly running. So when I got the tent and I upped the bucket between um, the extra buckets on the hardwood floor, if she could start hearing it down below me, my landlord. So yeah. She, like, within the first week or two, she's like, "Hey, it sounds like something's going keeps running up there." And I had some people on the first floor, great people, man, but they were starting to smell it more and more too. They used to always
Is
make,
this the same lady that couldn't smell but now can hear it?
yeah, she can hear it now. Right, exactly. Now I'd already been now at this point I was there about a year and a half. I mean, we had a great rapport. I'm not a guy that's late with my rent. I'm right on time. You know what I mean? Like I pay my bills. So it wasn't like we were bad tenants, but this was and the people on the first floor, they had been there for a long time, man. Great junior. I'll never forget him, man. Saved my life one night. And great family. My wife and daughter were friends with. They had 3 daughters, and they were absolutely beautiful daughters, and we got along famously. We were like friends, you know what I mean? And every once in a while, they would make a comment while we were living there, going, "Yeah, you smell that?" And I'd be like, "No, I can't smell anything," because I wasn't using any filters. I mean it, no filters whatsoever. If you went out my front door, because we'd only use the back door on this triple decker, if you went out the front door, you could smell it a little bit more in the front hallway, but nobody ever used the front door. So it was really no big deal. And so they'd make comments, but because of where we lived in Brockton, they would just write it off. He'd be like, "Yeah, it's probably the neighbors, man. All the neighbors smoke that stuff. That's what the husband would say. And so they just write it off. But I think that the landlord, who was in between both of us, she was on the middle floor, the second floor. Um, they started talking between each other, and they started getting a little suspicious what I was probably really doing up there. So she ended up actually having one time wanting an inspection. So as this friggin' dude, supposed to be an electrician, and I laughed, but I had the tent going, right? So, and I had the closet filled, because now the closet and outside the closet in the room was my veg area. You know what I mean? So, because that only took up that 5x10 only took up half the room. So, um, I didn't move any of the plants. I locked everything up and piled stuff all around the closet door, so they couldn't open the closet door. Supposedly this kid was, going around checking the outlets. I knew what he was doing. So next thing you know, she wants us out. Now, we had to go to court for something. I can't remember what. I think it was because she wanted to evict us. I just can't remember what the hell. We had to go in front of some guy down at Brockton Court. And we had to move out. So not only did we have to move out, I had to move my grow. So 2 o'clock in the afternoon, one afternoon. So one of my closest friends that I grew up with, he had this spot that I'm in right now. All right. And he had borrowed 15 grand from somebody to build this place with another guy. And the other guy kind of ripped him off. This guy from Native. And he took like half the money and like his daughter got married. He and his ex-wife a car. He lived in his parents' basement, and he was, in his mid-50s, and almost burned this place down once because he had a couple spaces in here. But he convinced my friend to invest money into this. So my friend borrowed some money. Not that he didn't have the money himself, but anyway. So the guy just buys all the shittiest equipment that they can. They don't even, they're going to have 2 rooms going at 4,000 watts every 12 hours flipping back and forth. So, but he didn't even put any cooling in. They're going to have 4,000 watts with literally just, air-cooled hoods. And they were going to have no cooling system at all. So he had brought me down here maybe 4 years before this point, or 3 years before this point, where I was in Brockton and had to move to grow. He brought me down. And the first time he brought me in here, because he was showing me, he's like, yeah, we got this grow going, and I had a bad falling out with the guy, and he smashed my door and smashed all up my irrigation system, and do you want to come down? And he had been asking me for like a year prior, do you want to come down? Do you want to come down? Do you want to come down? I got all this space. And I was like, no, I'm good. So I had a couple of other things going, but besides my grow. And so anyway, when I had to move, I finally came down here. That's where I was like, hey dude, I'm ready. You got, you still looking for me to come down there? And he's like, hell yeah, I've been sitting there doing nothing for the last like 2 years, empty. I said, shit. So 2 o'clock in the afternoon, I moved my 12 plants down here, and this is where I've been ever since. And slowly but surely sinking, the little pennies, because I get that other thing going, but sinking pennies into this to keep this going and upgrading as much as I can. Cooling system was obviously the first thing I had to do. So, I just dropped a few $1,000 to get friggin' air conditioning. So, and that was one of the biggest expenses right up front. I still run a little hot in here, but I'm gonna get a split unit this year for this place here, for this room. That way. I got a 3-ton in the other room, a split 3-ton ductless. So.
Man, that really adds to the cost of a grow when you start adding that air conditioning. That's for sure.
Yeah, everything's wired 220. Everything's wired 220. So it's not like I'm running. I could run more efficiently though. I'll be honest. I'm probably gonna get LEDs when then switch everything over to LEDs. I mean, like I'm probably gonna get 10 boards, something like that. That's really what I want. Just plaster the whole ceiling with them. So. Because the way I run right now, I could easily run 10 of those boards with no problem. Without, my big thing is maxing out my power, So I only have a couple hundred amps to play with.
That's a lot of power. That's a lot of power.
No, because I look at guys like Medicrop, you know what I mean? I got about half, He's got triple phase, man, but he's not using it all. Really, Have you been watching him, by the way? Dude, I've been watching him for years since he used to do those basement grows. You remember those when he was in his friends' houses that were being built, but they weren't sold yet? And he'd go in there and friggin' hang every friggin' inch of ceiling he could. Guys screwing remember when guys have been screwing, guys that have helped him out over the years, they've been screwing him left and right. I mean, when he was in the basement, the guy said, he had the guys do some spraying for him, and supposedly with the lights out. And you could tell right away when he came back, man, the whole back row was completely demolished from friggin' light burn from the spray. You knew the guy friggin' either that or we turned him on too early. So he's always had to deal with people that, don't know or don't care. Nothing worse than not caring. If you don't know, hopefully you still care. If you don't care, you don't care. There's nothing you can do about that. You only bring so many over to your side. But I love his grows, man. He's got a great space. I look at that, say, like, you got 3-phase going in there, brother. You kidding me? And he's changing everything over. You get that CO2 manifold he just built. Guy's ashamed. I just, where he lives, I wouldn't want to live there. I'll tell you, Belarus? No, I'm good. One of the most oppressive countries in the world. I'm good with that shit. Yeah. He came here and he's like, what the hell is this coronavirus shit? I'm not hearing about anything like that over there. And I'm like, because we live in Belarus, bro. You're not talking about it over there because God doesn't want to talk about it, period. He just has a stranglehold on that country, period. It's a shame. But hey, to each his own. Takes all types, man. Takes all types.
So, what would you say that has been your biggest obstacle as a grower? What has
Money,
been your money? Just straight up money?
money, money and space. Yeah, there's never enough space. Never enough space and money. Yeah, if I had money, yeah, I now I have space, but I have no money. Before I had a little bit of money, but there was no space available. Now I have space available, so it's like opening up. Put it this way, over the last year anyway. A lot of things have opened up, which I was surprised was going to open up. So, because they want insane money. Anybody that knows what you're doing, they don't want insane money, and it's about being able to, do a little negotiating. Is really what it is, and it's about who you know, not what you know. Consultants are consultants, man. Everybody should consult in this these days. You kidding me? Just put that word consultant behind it. I had it once, and I said, "What am I doing? I'm putting that." People know me. They know what I can do. Just they know me. That's all. I don't need to put that up there. That's what one of my friends said. Are you crazy? It's for everybody that's fucking, I mean, listen, there's some great companies out there. Around here, Harding LLC, man. He knows the people. He knows the people, and that's what it's all about. And I mean the politicians. I'm talking about the connections you need to get the bill done, to get the real estate. I mean, we're talking, and I say this, and I'll always say this: size, when it comes to quality, means really nothing. The big grows, man, like those big enormous elephants that you see out there, they just friggin' literally hanging us pretty much a light every friggin', you know, uh, 20,000 square foot rooms. That's insane. It's not about the quality. It's just about pumping out the production because most of that's going to be processed anyway. You know what I mean? So size means nothing is what I'm saying. That's my whole point. Size means nothing. I want to see the quality of your stuff. Not that I haven't had some embarrassing runs. Of course I have. Everybody has. Everybody has good runs, bad runs. A plant that does shitty, something happens, if you get this. Everybody does. But it's about the next one. And hopefully you're not going to, forget that time. But, and hopefully you're going to do this a little better and tweak your recipe this way. Organic super soils, you're all set. You get your mix now. You put it this way: the real thing with a homemade super soil is dialing what you want into it and having it work the way you want it. I mean, that's really the whole thing. It's like any recipe. You're gonna bake a cake. Well, some people want their cake to be like this, and some people want their cake to be like that. Hopefully, coming to the same. But it's sometimes you're gonna burn it. You know what I mean? You're gonna make it a little too hot. It just happens. Don't bake long enough. That happens. I mean, these are all the things that just general things. Using a super soil too early and getting those hot spots. You know what I mean? And not mixing it well enough. That's another one. So these are all the things that are going through my head as I'm thinking about getting back into it. But if I can get the timing down, that's really all I care about. I might just be able to do a handful of soil, So, but I know there's another spot where that's what I want. I want that soil, but I'll be running on LEDs. I'll post a few things about that, but I'm going to run LEDs, so it's a power thing too there. So it's going to be, that's why we're going to be able to run LEDs, and I'm not, somebody else is. The other side is donating.
How you liking that little Mars T1000 that you plugged in that day?
Yeah, it's great, man. It's right behind me, but I'll tell you, it's just the only thing that's wrong with it is it's tiny. It's tiny. It's great if you have a small, a 4x4 or a 4x. Put it this way, not even. Keep it small, spot, train it right, get an indica dom, and you could probably put a plant under it and then 2x3. If you keep it nice and squat, you could probably get a couple of zips if you're lucky. If it's the right, that's it. One plant. I use it as
for the price point though. For that price point, it's not bad for a small area.
You're educating me because that's how much I know about Mars, and I know their rep. Listen, I've been following Gene since for years, man. Before he started his company, as everybody else knows too. Anybody who's been following him for a minute, when his dad passed and everything, and he kind of went off to friggin' laid up for a little while. But I've been watching the technology grow. Mars has always been at the lower end, you know, and it's a great light if you have one plant. For me, it doesn't, you know, it takes up a little filler space, but that's all it does for me is take up filler space. You know what I mean? So
it works well as a little veg area, like a little staging area.
listen, if I put a couple of beans, maybe, you know, even then I have to keep it way up, but I can dial it down. It's dimmable. I keep forgetting that it is dimmable. It can go down to something like 25%. So, but yeah, that's the brightest light that's behind me right now. That's probably, you can probably see it right there. See it? Can you see it? It's just right up there, I think. I don't know if my finger's showing it, but yeah, it's that thing right there. And it's bright as hell. Don't get me wrong. It's bright as hell, man. You put one plant and, you know, right on. You can blast it. You probably get a, you know, a couple of zips, 2.5 zips off of quality bud. I'm talking not loud, you know, really have aggressively, you know. So at full blast, you probably have to keep it a good, right now, I think I'm keeping it right around 2 feet above the canopy just to make sure. I mean, you know, I let them dry out a lot in the beginning, so they really stretch their roots out and get established because they're all in 5-gallon pots, you know. So, but yeah, it's yeah, you can definitely light up, especially a tent, because it'll utilize that diffusion on, you know, that diffusion on the sides. You know what I mean? It'll really utilize that and really bounce right back onto the sides. So you can probably get, you know, you do it right, maybe you can get 4 off that light. You know what I mean? 4 ounces. So, but just
That's
right
not bad
below.
for $100 light, though.
No, is that how much it is? TS 1000?
Yeah.
100.
I
Oh
think
yeah, hell yeah.
Epic is tuning as low as $89.
Dude, you know, listen, if you're really into it, get all CFLs and just get plywood and just do a CFL friggin' wall, man. Just do anything to get your hands dirty. Anything to get your hands dirty. I mean, I one of the first times was when I was by myself was like, you know, a little 400 water, but you still had to go to the electrical store. I'll never forget, in Medford, Mass. And you know, so it took me like 45 minutes to get to the store, but it had everything that you could want under the sun, and it had the bulbs you wanted and the ballast that you needed. You know what I mean? And that's really what you did for 20 years, you know, when you were doing indoor. Until finally, more stores around here, stores didn't start opening until almost 2010. More stores. You had Worms Way. That was it. That mail order. But mail order, you know, you really didn't do it back then. You know, shipping and all that crap. You're kidding. You're not going to do that. You know, even Worms Way, which is the one that's been here since like 76 or 77, maybe even 79, whatever the hell it was. Just closed down a few years ago, like 5 years ago. You know? And they were one of the first ones around here. So, and the cops used to watch the store. It was known. Cops would watch the store. So they take license plates and see how much equipment gets loaded up. You know, it works. You know, they got nothing better to do. No, it is. Hey, chat.
Your boy, Roy Boy, fucking just made my night.
Yeah, what is that?
He said, man, I'm glad this live chat and chat is on. It would be one boring night without. Cheers, everyone. That makes me fucking feel good right there.
That's awesome, man. That's awesome. Right on. Absolutely. Makes it all worthwhile.
I'm thankful for you, Charlie. It wouldn't, if it weren't for you, we probably wouldn't be rolling this late tonight. I'd probably been smoking out, man.
Yeah, look at that, huh? Look at that. Hold on, I gotta get some water. Wait a minute. Hold on.
Yeah, no problems. No worries, brother. Mountain Skies, your boy Roy, SoCal Weed Nerd, Johnny Cannon Seeds. How you guys doing, man? I hope you guys are enjoying this show thus far. Bill Sid, Doggo, is that how you say it? Dog Grows Meds. Yes, sir. It's Weed Nerds. Yeah, I hope I said that right. Thank you for popping in, guys. Yeah, I did get a little sweat going during that last dab. About time for another one as far as that one goes. Nate got that one. I'm guilty of skipping out on a little bit on chat. I'm trying to watch. If you got anything that you want me to to see though. Be sure and tag me so I can see it, of course. And if you have any questions for Farmer Willie, Charlie's Farm 420, be sure and tag me because unfortunately he can't see Chad tonight. So if you have any questions for him, uh, please tag me so I can ask him. Other than that, I hope you guys are having a great night. I know I'm having an awesome night hanging out with you guys and our friend Farmer Willie. And again, thank you to him for making this possible. Because, like I said, our guest did last minute kind of cancel, and no hard feelings against him. You know, shit happens. You know, beyond everyone's control. There's no sense in even getting worried about it or having hard feelings about it. His day will come again. No worries. Borrowed street lamps, huh? That's funny. A lot of people have grown some weed with street lamps. That's for sure. That's for sure. Old fucking like Kmart lights and shit. People used to use them as well. That shit's fucking funny. Old 250-watt HPSs. Big old dangerous looking bitches. All we nerds can do is do lights, more lights, yeah. Lights as well. Shout out to Timberland. Timber grow lights. Excuse me. Excuse me. How many weeks still got here? I can't even tell right now. The phone. Last I checked, there were still a bunch of you guys. Holy cow, 53 still in chat right now. That's pretty amazing. 53 watching, but not necessarily 53 in chat, I'm willing to bet. Let's see how many people are participating in chat. Oh man, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The only people participate out of 53 people. Oh, now you guys start chiming in. 53 people. We got like 10. Aldrich 25, Arturo, Chibo Man, Doggo Grows, and I'm one of them, JD's, Johnny Candy Grows, Mountain Sky, Sifter of Gold, SoCal Weed Nerd, Slur How are all playing in chat now. Man, I didn't even know I could do that until Boom told me how to do that. If you go into chat where it says like when you bring up your chat box, there's 3 dots and you can click on that and it'll say participants. And you can click on that and it'll show me exactly who's who's typing something out of the 53 or how many people. What's up, WAP ass O for life? It's Florida town. Yeah. So I messed a lot of them up and I get such nice DMs, helping me have my way, babble my way through that shit. It's Wob ass O for life. That's kind of what I'm sipping on over here. I switched over the coffee too. I got a cheaper brand though, farmerWillie. I'm over here with the oh, you can't see it. There you go. Pineapple guava.
Yeah, the pure Welch's, baby. Oh yeah.
That's one of my favorites too. I like that Concord grape. That's good.
Yeah.
That shit.
Yeah. I don't drink soda. That's not my thing. I really don't like it ever. I'm not sugar too. I don't like to eat a lot of sugar, which actually is not good for me as much as too much. I eat so little sugar that it sometimes can make me borderline diabetic.
Oh man, my sugar's all fucked up anymore, man. I really, 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 if I were smart, I would get in and get me a diabetes test. That's for real, man. Food is like a sleeping pill to me, man. It almost makes me like drunk sometimes, like that drunk like
Yeah, I know what you
feeling.
mean. Yeah, I know what you mean.
After
Yeah,
a
I
meal,
so
man,
bad.
I
Yeah,
gotta go.
yeah, your body's just yeah. I do that. I did that yesterday. What I do is I go like 24 hours without eating, and I'll have a huge meal, a good meal, a huge one, but that's it. And I shouldn't do that. I should eat.
No, as we get older, we can't do that. We're supposed to be eating,
Uh,
you
that's
know,
why I'm so
snacking through the day, trying to keep us level.
yeah. So I eat a
That's
bag of
exactly
I eat,
what happened, brother. Let me tell you what they told me. It's you know, we finally eat like that, and we get that large sugar load or a large sugar load, and our body don't know how to handle that fucking all that insulin at once, and it fucking shuts us right down. That's the fucking the next step's a coma. Did you know that? The
yeah,
fucking next step of that right there is not asleep. It's a fucking coma.
yeah, right, right.
Yeah,
And stroke.
Sister of Gold is correct. Cannabis can be used to regulate blood sugar. I've heard that as well. I think that's what's gotten me this far, to be honest with you.
I know what you mean. And my thing is, I don't want my joints to, you know, especially my age, start to deteriorate. They potentially could real fast, especially being this skinny. I got to eat better stuff that lubricates naturally. You know, that's one of the big things. I got to do it though. I can't just talk about it. That's the other thing. You know, it's easy to talk about. It's another thing to put it into habit, put it into practice. You
The good old hustler's diet, that once a day meal, that once a day gorge.
Yeah. Like last night, I had a really nice, you know, a lot of sodium, but it was one of those pre-made Asian Japanese chicken teriyaki stir fry, but you know, one of those frozen bags, good sized bag, you know. And I put it over some of the ramen noodles. Got a great sauce, a little hot pepper I add to it, some of the crushed red pepper, and yeah, I was like, I wasn't feeling good after I mean, I ate it fast, though. I was so hungry, but I had already downed some cherries, Bing cherries, and I downed, I think it was like a half a pound of pistachios. I've been on a pistachio kick lately, so and I didn't feel good. I didn't feel good afterwards. I not only did I stretch my stomach probably like further than it should have been because I hadn't eaten. So that's how skinny I am. You know what I mean? It's crazy how skinny I am. I'm only like 150, 155. I was never like this until I was in the hospital, 2010. You know, and as you get older, I notice it. I'm not stupid. I'll be 55 this year. You know, I know what's up.
I actually got a fucking lecture by the fucking guy at the grocery store one day because he seen me fading. And he's like, and it's funny because John Boyce does. I wake up and drink Ensure, which they have like Ensure type things with like diabetes in mind that kind of help, you know, keep you afloat through the day. And he suggested that shit to me. And
Yeah.
it, it's a good answer. I need to do something. I used to keep peanut butter crackers with me. That's a good.
That's what I got right
Uh,
now, bro. That's what I mean.
you ever get that tunnel vision?
No, not tunnel vision, but I'll get racy thoughts, wicked racy thoughts because I'm literally living on caffeine and nicotine like an idiot. And I get to the point where I'm overtired too. When I do, you know, I spend probably 3 nights, 1 night a week here, and I can't sleep really when I'm here. It's just an old wooden chair, and between my back and my hip and all that crap. You know what I mean? You know how it is. Like, you know, you wake up with your chin in your chest. You know, your jaw's killing you. My back's all out of whack. You know, but so when I sleep there, I don't sleep. So I'm overtired. I get the race. I'm on caffeine, and my thoughts. And I'm
I'm
so
willing to
hungry.
bet you got
Oh
some
my
night
god, I'm so
sweats in
hungry.
there.
I want to bite your head off. I'm so hungry, literally. Like I'm just a bear. Just don't poke the bear when I'm like that. And it's my own doing. It's my own doing, man. But I don't want to stop because I want to get home. That's like kind of one of the reasons. Like this is my rationale sometimes. It's that's going to take me about a half an hour, 45 minutes to prepare it, and eat it, and I don't have that kind of time. I'd rather just keep doing what I'm doing because I'm in a good pace. Got to get the shit done so I can get home to my family. Flip side of that is, well, you're a fool if you don't take care of yourself. Listen, we all know, don't take care of yourself first. You're not going to be able to take care of anybody else. Period. You know what I mean? So there's a reason why they say that. Take care of yourself first. So I'm going to try and start eating more over the next couple of months and see what happens. That, and I got to quit the cigarettes. I got to quit the cigarettes.
You know how you do that, Charlie?
Tell me.
Put a picture of your little girl in that fucking cellophane of that pack every time.
Yeah.
So when you pull that fucker out, you gotta fucking look at your little girl in the face every time you pull that pack out.
Yeah. I plastered this whole place, the middle room here, my reservoir room. I have everything, her all over. It's plastered. Her pictures, her art, everything since she's been a kid, since she's been a baby almost. I got pictures everywhere. I'm plastic. It's my home screen on my phone. The picture of her. She's plastered everywhere. You're absolutely right. I went like 3 days, like a month ago. Like literally just said, fuck this, man, I'm done. Excuse my French, but that's how passionate I gotta quit. And
I'm serious. I'm absolutely serious.
Stupid reason, Eagle. I picked that cigarette up. I can't believe it. After 3 days, like literally. I mean, listen, I didn't cheat, nothing, man. 3 days. It's been the longest I've gone. Oh, long time. Oh, I gotta quit. Listen, I'm not in the best shape. I'm 55. I work this area. I drive everywhere. You know what I mean? It's not like my lungs are getting worked out like they used to. Used to be a jackrabbit now. I'm just getting older. Listen, I'm not complaining. I'm just saying. I got to quit cigarettes and it'll really make a huge difference right there. Period. It's been 40 years. Almost 40 years now. About. My lungs aren't going to last too much longer if I don't. I'm no fool to that. I'm pray to God it's not too late yet. It's really my prayer.
As soon as you quit, you can notice the difference in your lungs, brother.
I did. I want to be able to run around with my daughter. If I don't, I'm going to do it. I've already done irreparable damage, obviously. I just don't want to do it anymore. And hopefully it's not too late for,
It's never too late, brother. It's never too late. I'm serious. Print up a little picture of her. Cut it out and put it right in the cellophane. Right where you flip it open. I don't know if you're a box user or soft pack. But if you're a box, right where you flip it open. So you gotta look at her, make that decision. Is it for her or is it for you? And I guarantee you'll close that pack almost every time. Try it. At least try it.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Hopefully it helps you, brother. I know anything I can do to help buy you some more time. Greedily, you're a new meat to me, brother, and I hope to call you friend for a long time, man. I enjoy talking with you, and you've been an excellent addition to the people I call friends. So,
thank you. Yeah, same here, Eagle. Absolutely. I don't call too many people friends,
I like your vibe. I can tell you've got a genuine heart, and you're a good guy. I can't wait to be able to hook up with you someday and smoke down. Shit, even at that point, you may not be smoking anymore.
You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Absolutely right. I'm not gonna right now. It's just about to. I'm not gonna. Right there. There's one down. Let's see. Listen, I didn't get any on the way to work. Now, my usual habit is to pick up the deck before I get here, and I didn't. I only have 4, and I'm not leaving. That's not me. I don't leave here. Once I'm here, I'm not on here with you. I'm working and listening to somebody else or another show or the news or whatever. You know what I mean? I'm just, I'm working. So I don't usually leave once I get here. And that's, I won't even go out and get a pack. I just go 6-7 hours without it. Now I can do that. Once I leave, I always go get one. I can't. Believe me, all I keep thinking is, if anything happens, her face crying, it just kills me. You know what I mean? So I can think of the disappointment, shock and disappointment and trauma I would put it through. I'm no fool to that. So you're absolutely right. Nothing positive about it whatsoever, about smoking, and everything positive about quitting. Listen, they say there's an old saying: you give up that one thing to have everything, or you can have everything, give up everything for that one thing. And I want to give up that one thing and have everything. That's the way I look at it.
So Spiky Pilot just joined us from Germany and said hello, good morning. How's that?
Cheers, bro. Cheers. Yeah, it was looking pretty good. Yeah.
So I hope that is. I hope you do make good on that, brother. And if you ever need some support, when you're having that rough time, I'm always open, brother.
Yeah.
I always need a friend when you're trying to give that shit up. It can be hard.
I'm not kidding you. You might get a message, brother. I'm not kidding.
Hey,
That does help. That does help. I'm not kidding. It does help. I know it.
I'm serious.
Listen, this is where self-responsibility is what it's all about. It's your actions are going to speak louder than your words. You can talk all you want about quitting, but if you don't do it, then it doesn't fucking matter what you're saying, right?
Right.
So I got to fucking stand behind what I'm thinking and what I'm saying.
Right. I'm preaching what I'm saying too, because
yeah. No, you're right on point, bro.
You just got my phone number in your chat there, or it should have just dinged. There's my phone number, man. Do you ever? I'm serious. You ever want to talk and you get stressed out when you need, trying to give that shit up? There it is, man. Any 24 hours a day. I only sleep 4 hours a day. Good luck hitting that target.
No. I'm trying to up it. I'm trying to, but I got 5 hours this morning. I actually got to bed I finally got to sleep 5 o'clock. I got up right around. So I got about 6.5 hours. I got up about 12:30, 1:45. We all sleep together, so it's when they're up. I usually get up, but they were on purpose. They were quiet. They were really quiet because sometimes I can just but they don't bother me. My wife and daughter, they do. They let me go back to sleep. They don't. They're really good about it. Plus, my wife just sits and has coffee for the first hour like everybody else too. My daughter's on her new Switch. We just got her a Switch. She's loving playing the games with her cousins. It's awesome. So it's just really quiet. Yeah, my daughter's the best, man. I worship the ground. She worships mine.
So let me ask you this, and it's a stupid question, but how lucky are you to, it's a shitty time right now, but how lucky are you to actually get that extra time with your, kid?
I love it. Yeah, I love it. Yeah, because I think of, what I would have had just for an extra minute with my mother.
I mean, they can't be running up the road, not at school. They're right there. It's kind of restoring a lot of family units, I'm hoping.
Yeah, we were tight anyway. I mean, I was fortunate because, listening, what I've been fortunate to be able to do since the day she was born, I've been able to set my own schedule. So, and then especially when she was born, she was literally watching me do it. So, literally from the moment she was out of the womb, she came home. She had to stay in the hospital after 5 days just so she gained weight, but I was side by side. She got Billy Rubin, She had to have that ultra light put on her. And I literally held her hand the whole time. The nurses, my wife was in labor for something like 9 days. They tried to induce it, and it just wasn't taking. They were putting this foolish chemical that they were trying to induce her with in the wrong spot or something. So anyway, once they broke her water, though, my daughter came through, and she was extremely small. She was So I had to feed her with a syringe. She'd only eat like 3.5 mils at every feeding, and they wouldn't let her leave the hospital. But they let me stay. The nurses loved me. They let me stay the whole time. Like they actually brought another bed in. I didn't even have to ask. It was weird. It was just weird how it went down. I never, because nobody was allowed to stay overnight. No other husbands there. You know what I mean? Or boyfriends or whatever the case. No. And of course, most women or families were in and out within like 2 or 3 days. So we were there a little over a week. And then as soon as they broke her water, she was like, "Get me the friggin' anesthesiologist." She couldn't move. She was in so much pain. And then so we had to feed her with a little syringe, 3 point. And I stayed the whole time. Like she never, from the moment she was born, she was never out of my sight. They even let me go out when they did the first real exam, obviously, after they clean her up and weigh her and everything. She didn't cry. I whispered right in her ear immediately because I had been talking to her the whole time. Because my wife and I, we get along so well. Not that we don't have our times like any couples, but we literally have been together since the moment we've met 13 years ago, 24/7. Literally, we did everything together, and with very occasional, separations. But even when I was in the hospital for all that time, the nurses got to know her, and she would be there literally at 9 o'clock every morning, and she would stay until 10:15 or 10:30, and the nurses sometimes would let us stay till 11 o'clock at night, every single day, 7 days a week, the whole time I was there. You know what I mean? So, yeah, we've always been inseparable, and we get along famously. I wouldn't, I never officially had gotten married, so, and I, listen, I sowed my oats with this shit. What's this joy? And I knew it as soon as I met her. I was like, wait a second, this is the one. This is the one. Sure enough, I got her. I got that redhead. I got her.
Where'd you meet her?
Smart girl. I met her at a place. She was doing it was like a.
Not where'd you marry her? Where'd you meet her?
Yeah. No, I am. I'm trying to describe the place because basically she was going through some retraining for, it was a job recruiting place that we actually officially met. Like we started talking to each other, and because we had met, there was a couple of offices in the place. We had passed each other in the hall, and then finally, we met at the front desk at the place we were at, and at the recruiting place, and she was making out her app, and I was like, just started talking to her, and I said, whatever, and I asked her where she was from, obviously, and she goes, Quincy, and I said, that's where my family's originally from, my father's side, and Wallaston Beach, and of course, anybody's from Quincy, and it's kind of a tight knit, around Boston, it's easy to get blackballed around here because it's such a tightly knit. Even Boston is a small city compared to other cities, So you can get blackballed easy in the city and get a bad rep. But so anyway, everybody knows everybody kind of. You start reminiscing, and her father, sure enough, ran some of the biggest South Shore papers for 40 years, and had just passed away. And I was talking about how my mother passed earlier or something like that, and we started talking. And we went out, had coffee that day, right from there after we finished our paperwork, and because I was seeing that she had gone to Penn State, and I knew some friends that had gone to Penn State. That was the other thing we were talking about. But I was just literally, I was like so excited, just amazing. I mean, this is we did a charity walk one time, an AIDS charity walk together when we were first just getting to know each other, and she came out across from a room, this huge ballroom down in actually it was in New Bedford, I believe it was, or Fall River, I can't remember which, but anyway. And then she lit up the room. I mean, literally, like there were all these people from the walk and getting your courtesy bags and something to eat, sandwiches that they make and all that stuff. And literally, it all fell away. It was weird. It was just like some people talk about. She lit that room up, man. Just lit that room up, and I just something about her. But I knew that first day. I told her when we went out for coffee, I'm gonna marry you. I said it right away. I mean, just the way that we started talking, and the people that we knew, that we each knew. Because Quincy, Quincy's a city where you only get places if you know people in Quincy. So, and yeah, it was I just knew. It's been a wild trip, man. Because she was kind of a good girl. She's a real good girl.
I hope someday, farmerWillie, I hope she gets a chance to stumble across this little piece of video, because this wasn't, that's a genuine answer right there. You didn't know that question was coming or anything.
No,
You could actually, I can't see your eyes, but I can see the love in your face when you said she lit up the room. You could just see it in your face.
Yeah. She's gonna be. I actually told her. I said, when we were sitting there, I said, I could wake up next to that face for the rest of my life. That's what I said to her. Right to her. I could wake up next to that face for the rest of my life. She just couldn't believe it. She just thought I was a charmer. Which I am. Listen, I'm a snoozer. I was a womanizer for many, many years. I shouldn't say womanizer. Listen, I always respect women. My mother died young. I grew up with a very high respect and regard for women. I don't say that cavalierly. I just have the gift of the gab, and I love women. I always have. I'm sorry. If they're not happy, I'm not happy. I don't believe in hitting women. I think violence against women is insane, and I have lots of friends that actually went through it. And believe me, you can't get out, man. It's not that simple. Not that simple. And I have so much respect. Now I have a daughter, and I'm trying to teach her how freaking double standards are. I tell her, there's double standards, man. You get the short end of the stick on that one. I'm sorry. It's like a man's world. You just got to freaking, it's corporate men, white men run the world, man. You know how the thing with shit works. I got family that are politicians. I know, pretty high up there. I grew up next to Senator Keating's kid.
I've taught my girls to milk that double standard, though.
Yeah.
Really, I have shit you not, man. I fucking, I have told them, showed them how to milk that double standard for sure. I've tried to raise them as tough as I can, but at the same time, I've tried to tell them, you're a beautiful girl. Don't be afraid to use it on us dumb bastards. You know what I mean? Don't be afraid to, I don't know, I'm a girl. Pull that card once in a while, because trust me, honey, it's going to work for you and shit. She's quite, I have no fear. None of them will be self-sustained, you know what I mean? But I definitely have tried to raise them to, utilize whatever they can utilize. That's for sure. Milk the double standard.
No doubt about it, man. No doubt about it. It's a fun working the clubs all those years.
And it sounds, I don't know, some guys may be going, what a fucker. You know what I'm saying? It's very true, but no guys like to hear that shit. But in the same aspect, if I was fucking raising boys, if I was that blessed, where I had some boys running around as well, I'd be trying to raise them with every bit of an edge. You know what I'm saying? So why not try to give my girls as much of help as I can?
When I say clubs, I didn't work. When I say clubs, I don't mean dance clubs. I didn't work in. I worked, rock clubs. You know what I mean? Just straight. The Paradise, Fun Ratties, Father's Bars, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The Rapskeller. I was there on and off for almost 20 years. The old channel. If anybody's old enough to know, it's the old channel. It's just to begin with. Yeah, I had a lot of fun, man. Yeah, I didn't do the dance studio. I mean, the dance clubs. That was a different kind of caliber, kind of in a way. You know what I mean? No, I don't mean caliber. Just different. I wasn't up to I just wasn't a disco kid. But you remember, that's disco years. Into the '80s, and I wasn't into the techno '80s shit. I went towards the end. I kind of started seeing like, oh yeah, maybe I'll expect one of those clubs. And a friend of mine owned a limo company. I had a couple of limousines, a couple nice wide bodies. I dress up as the chauffeur, and he'd be my client. We hit those dance clubs, but
Brother, you
really.
did not slide that cigarette out of
So
that pack, did you?
I love dancing. So I love dancing.
Oh, Charlie, you did not slide out that cigarette, did you? Come
I did.
on.
Yeah, I did. I'm gonna take a
You,
couple hauls and put it out. No, because I'm cutting back. So I'm only doing a couple hauls and putting it out.
I seen it come out too. I was like, oh man.
Yeah. It's habit. It's habit too.
Hey, I wouldn't be a friend and a supporter if I didn't say something right off the bat.
Listen, you have to, because that's what's gonna. See, I just put it out. See, I smoke hundreds, so these are biggies. So I just put it out. It's out. See, I got my fix. I'm good. And I don't take it in as deep anymore either. You know, that's the other thing I don't do, because I don't take it in as deep. Well, I was a heavy smoker for freaking 35, 40 years. Heavy. I mean, heavy. When I drank, I smoked, you know, I smoked Reds for 22 years, 21 years or something. And I've been smoking these Parliaments since the 90s, since about the mid 90s. One of my coworkers at the Rathskeller, he smoked Parliaments, and I used to bum them off him every once in a while. It was the only other cigarette besides the Figure Marlboro that I could take that was a light, you know, well, considered light. So I started smoking those in the 90s. So you're still talking another 20 years, 20 something years. You're talking 40 something years, you know. I started buying cigarettes when I was 12. Took my lunch money. Back then they were like, I don't know, 25 cents a pack, whatever the hell it was. I used to steal them from my father. So he quit in 70. I used to steal them from my father until I was 5, 6 years old. Winston's. It was Winston's, man. Yeah. And then he quit. Everybody on my father's side smoked. They all quit. Even my grandfather, he smoked cigars, cigarettes, and pipes 55 years. Quit cold turkey. Went in for an operation when he was older for something, and coughed every time they put him under. But back then, they kept you in the hospital for like 2 weeks. They didn't let you go home. They just pumped your lungs, cleared them out, and then put you under again. So, yeah, it's my turn. It's my turn to quit. There's no question about it, man. I don't, you know, and I listen, I smoke a couple packs a day, man, sometimes. You know, if I was partying, are you kidding me? Hell yeah. I've been known to go through 3 packs in a day. Yeah, just nonstop. It's not good. I don't say that as a badge of honor. I say it as absolutely disgusting. Absolutely fucking disgusting. I don't imagine what the inside of my lungs look like. It's just horrible. So I gotta stop. You're absolutely right. Debbie Downer, sorry, chat. Debbie Downer,
Oh
if
no,
anybody's
no.
listening.
I'm gonna ask you every time I see you now how you doing
Yeah,
about it.
absolutely. Do it. Do it. Do it. No, because I've been looking for that push again, because I made it that 3 days like a month ago, man. And I tell you, it wasn't that bad. I started feeling good right away. Right away. Don't ask me why I
Say
picked it
you
up.
need that really 7 under your belt.
Yeah, I got to start off and just do it. Just do it. Listen, I've tried the patches. I haven't tried any pills. I'm a good time with the pills, you know. It doesn't really screw with you. Don't go with that. I got an imbalance already. I'm crazy. I don't need anything else helping. You know what I mean? So, at least I know I'm crazy. The ones that don't know they're crazy, you have to worry about. At least you know we're crazy. I know I am. The ones that don't know it, those are the ones you have to worry about. No, I'm good.
Right on.
You know what I mean?
So how are we doing on time, Charlie? I don't want to. I'm not rushing you off by any means, but this was short notice, and I don't want you to be like, man, that fucking Eagle, man. I'm set back a whole day because I fucking.
I can't believe it's 3:00 in the morning. We've been on for about 3 hours, huh?
Oh yeah.
How many people are still everybody's still hanging, man? I appreciate it. I mean, you know,
I do this every night, man. They fucking. I was watching the analytics.
Thanks for the rent, bro. Thanks for the rent. Right on.
I was. You're not bailing on me, are you?
I'm not. No, God no.
Good, good. I was looking at analytics. Let's see if I can try to bring them up last night. I should be able to bring them up now. Actually, I'm amazed, man. Like, they just go up and then they hang out. I mean, right? Everybody hangs out right until the end of the show. It fucking blows me away. It really blows me away.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm usually working when I'm listening to you. If I am in chat, yeah, I'm usually getting something done and scooting back and forth. You know, a little comment here and there. Absolutely. stay active, because I know it's the threads too that count. You know how many threads you get. So, you know, it all goes into the algorithm. It all does. You know, every little bit helps. It really does. So.
I can't believe there's 40 watching right now, already 58 thumbs up. I mean, that's pretty awesome, I think.
Yeah, that's primo. Thanks, everybody. I really appreciate everybody hanging out with us. I mean that. It's amazing. Hey, since we have this moment, shout out to Subcool. I hope you're showing everybody up there how to freaking really get down.
Yeah, I thought that was really cool of the GrowTube to do a chat for him yesterday.
Yeah, he announced it the week before, Dago. I listen in, but I don't chat. Just listen in, see what the hell I'm talking about. But I put a lot of time into that. Nothing happened, so I'm good. A lot of time.
All right.
So it's all good. Listen, man, it doesn't matter whose stuff I run. I don't care. Now that I'm set up for it, I'm good. My other friend, you know, somebody that I'm doing something with, he's got you know, one of the other things he does is he trades and sells genetics, you know, and he's got some exotic lines he wants to try. I think we might try a couple of those. That's for sure. There are a lot of Miko tests too, you know what I mean? He's a local guy, you know, so he's done some great work. Great work. He's got some great sports too. I was thinking about getting my sports from him. Either him or Tanaji.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm thinking about trying my hand at it. Yeah, absolutely. Because I have a closet. If all I have to do is get a few tubs, I have a closet that I might be able to get it sterile enough, get the environment dialed in to be successful. Yeah. I mean, I know people that have done it. They buy a kit and they, you know, have absolutely no idea what the hell they're doing. And they get a harvest off it. Now, how good it is, I don't know. Because I don't know these guys. But this is what I'm hearing through the grapevine from my brother. You know, but some dude bought a $50 kit and screwed everything up about it. He still got something off it that was really decent. So I don't know how much, but the other thing too is I don't know anything about making sure, you know, I guess mushrooms. I mean, all the research I've done, it's going to be a sterile environment. It's not like there's anything else in there. It's just psilocybin, you know, and the shroom fungus itself. But I'm sure the taste can be affected with the environment. You know what I mean? Even though they're just freaking absolute, just horrible things to eat. So I don't mind them. I've never ever minded it. But listen, we used to make a cheese, simmer them just real quickly for like 5 or 7 minutes, whatever the hell it was. My friend used to make it in tequila, burn off a little bit of that alcohol, and then drain it off, drink that juice down, and eat the shrooms because it tenderizes the shroom a little bit, but you don't miss any of the psilocybin. And you get freaking wrecked. We put freaking a quarter ounce in there for the 2 of us. Oh my God. And it hits you real fast. Because it's a liquid, you know what I mean? It gets in your system. It doesn't have to go through all that freaking fiber first. You know, your stomach's just trying to break it down. It does immediately start getting absorbed through the membranes in your esophagus, in your throat. So I know I know somebody got the real LSD gel tabs right now. And listen, last time I did acid was in '95, I think, or '96. I had a neighbor who went to Curry College, and he said he was a deadhead, a lot younger than I was at the time, by like 15 years, at least 13 years. And he's like, he used to get baked every once in a while. He'd come over, and he comes back from break or summer break, whatever the hell it is, and he's like, yeah, man, I got this acid, man. You want to talk? I'm like, yeah, sure, I'd love to talk, And he came over with like 10 hits of like black blotter, and I took 2 hits, and an hour later, feeling nothing, and I mean nothing but a strychnine shiver down my back. So I took 2 more, and an hour later, no, he's over there, thinking this stuff is awesome. And like I grew up
and it doesn't matter how strong the stuff is, what it's made with years of doing the good stuff, it makes a big difference. I felt nothing. I ended up doing 5 days or something. I felt nothing except the strychnine freaking shimmer. And this kid over there just laughing his ass off. So when I say get the gel tabs, I mean it's real sunshine. If you know anything about the real deal, you know what I'm talking about. It's like the old 4-way window pane. It's like the old pyramids, you know. Yeah, that was the real deal when you saw those. Those were insane, especially the 4-way window pane.
Oh yeah, what is that? About 90, 92, 89, like that.
79, 80, 79, 80.
No, when I was getting the window paints was right around 89, something
Oh,
like that.
yeah.
Or not 89. I'm sorry. Yeah, 89. Excuse me. Yeah, 89.
No, I was getting the real thing. We get liquid all the time. We could get liquid. We get Visine bottles full of freaking liquid, like from MIT, bro, where they were making it. That's where, you know, like I said, you know, that's where they started mass producing it. Once the recipe, what's the guy's name? Somebody out there is gonna remember his name. I'm having a mental block right now. I just read a book that was by him or about him. Oh God, I can't think. He's one of bankrolled dead, man. Who am I talking about? He's a rich kid at MIT, and he's the one who synthesized and mass-produced LSD 25. The real
Timothy Leary?
No, God, no. Timothy Leary was no. That's Professor Leary. No, he's the one who freaking was drop in, whatever, drop out. You know what I mean? I forget his saying that he had, but no, it was part of the original crew with Cassidy and Kerouac, Kenkizi, all the Merry Pranksters, all those guys. It's what Casey Jones is written about. Casey, right? Am I right? What's his first name? I can't remember. He was a bus driver, man. The Merry Pranksters. You ever read Electric Fluid Acid Test? Have you ever read that book? Sure. Ken Kesey's Electric Test. Oh yeah, man. Yeah. He's the one who wrote One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. One flew east, one flew west, one flew over the cuckoo's nest. One of my favorite books, man.
It's a good movie. Read the book.
Yeah, he ended up dying of Hep C, but he actually in Oregon. He was in Oregon for years, and he actually owned half a mountain with one of my cousin of mine. And he was a radiologist out there, but they were neighbors, basically neighbors. I never got to meet the man. I wish I did, man. He was one of my idols growing up. All those guys. Kerouac. Lenny Bruce. Yeah. That was a generation I kind of wish that I was when I was a kid. Like, I wish I was around for that. You know what I mean? So, that would have been cool. And all the hippie shit. Oh, yeah.
Well, I always thought it could fit right in with the 60s people.
Please screw over, brother. Yeah. Just that whole thing. Being genuine. Being genuine. Being who you are. What you are. That's all. Period. Being who you are, man. Being genuine. Anything goes. Just be yourself. Yeah.
Yeah, that would have been a good time to.
I had a lot of fun following the downtown, man. My first dead show, you won't believe this, but my very first dead show was the night that the embassy in Tehran, 1979, was taken over, and all the hostages were taken. November 7th or 9th or something, 1979. Yeah.
Was the Dale name you were looking for? Dale Westman.
What's that?
Dale Westman, was that the name? Or Wiseman?
That's it. I knew somebody had Google out there. I can't Google it on my phone at the same time I'm doing Zoom. Yeah, right on. If you didn't Google it, I'm just being a wise. You knew it, man. Right on. Because all those names get jumbled. Hey, listen, I'm getting a little old and big, and it's late, so I'm having wicked mental spots. All these names aren't coming to the top of my tongue. I'm usually pretty good about it. Even all these people that I read about, it's bothering me. just because I'm getting old and senile, or just old, tired, and stoned. just getting old and senile. Getting forgetful, Sonny. I'm just getting forgetful. Eh?
I actually thought I was like this close from dropping, doing a little microdosing with some shrooms for the show.
Yeah. Yeah, I want to go some. I want to try the Cubanis. I think my brother wants me to try the Cubanis because he had them once and they were killer. My brother's got a high tolerance. He likes strong shit. So, yeah. I don't know if I could do any of the acid. I'm just too old for that. That would really hit me hard. Yeah, I never hang over for days.
I don't think I think it's necessary, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I mean, even when I do shrooms, I'm gonna have to take a weekend. You know, like my daughter's gonna have to go with my mother-in-law or something. You know, just have to get away from the weekend. But I'm gonna go up to the mountain. Yeah, that's where I go. I go outdoors. I mean, you know what we used to do? This was the only cool thing about working for that ruthless slave driving Mason guy down in Palm Beach, West Palm Beach. But once a month we would canoe the Waxahachie River. Okay, now the Waxahachie River is one of the most southern rivers in southern Florida, and it's long, man, and it's the only wild river left at the time anyway. Now this is 1992, 93, or 1991, 92. It was the last wild river, so when some of those cypresses fell over and they just blocked it, because it would start out as literally a 6-foot stream. It looked like we'd launch at 5 o'clock. We launched 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning, 2 or 3 canoes. It was the whole crew, Mason crew, plus a friend or two. And we'd all have a thing, and we'd have, half a sheet of acid, There's like, 6, 8 of us, and it's good stuff too, And we did this once a month, literally, to blow steam off. We'd load them all up with big and nice cold coolers of beer. And we get on there, 4:30, and it would literally take you until sunrise, till sunset to make it all the way to the lagoon. And as soon as we got like 20 feet down the stream, it would open up, good about 15 feet, 20 feet, black water. It was awesome. And we just start dropping right away, and we would fucking laugh our balls off all the way down this river that would take literally 12, 13, 14 hours to reach the end of. It was awesome. We get out, you see the alligator trails. You're literally in the middle of nowhere in the last wild river. Bald eagles all over the place. It was unbelievable, man. I love that. So when I do the shrooms, man, I am definitely going somewhere that I don't have to be around civilization, and I can just forget about reality for at least 12 to 24 hours. And then have a little day to recover so I can come home with my daughter. You know what I mean? So, because when I go, I want to have a good one. It's been a long time, man. So, yeah, I don't want to do the chemicals. Chemicals I'm good with the LSD. With those shrooms, man, that's psilocybin. Then microdose. I want a microdose. I think it'll help me. I really do.
It does. It really does.
I
don't get that. That's what I miss, is the laughs. The belly laughs. Right. I don't get that from the mushrooms. I just get a more spiritual experience. You know what I mean? It isn't like the laughs. But I miss the laughs, man. I have taken my fair share of acid.
Yeah, man.
For sure. Man. Oh,
yeah.
Man.
Yeah.
I think the last major time I took fucking some acid was I had worked up to 28 hits in that final dose, because as well, it was a 2-week run.
Wow.
It was a 2-week run, and as well as I do, is like one day you can do one, then the next day you kind of double it up. Next day you gotta get double up.
And you don't get that stomach giggles. You don't get the initial, like you do the first wave. You don't have that peak. You don't have that build up with the giggles and the laughs and everything else. It becomes really serious, man. You get really some shit, man. Yeah, you talk about going down the rabbit hole, Alice in Wonderland, baby. You're talking, you're going, yeah, because I've gone a couple of days, maybe 3, I think. That's as long as I went. Listen to this. We had a friend. His nickname was Swampy because he did that for a month. He did 30 days when he was only like 14 or 15 years old. And he got the nickname and it stuck. Hey, Swampy, because we were like, how's your friggin' brain? He's walking around, 15-year-old kid, just really pumping that shit down just to feel it. You know what I mean? Oh, yeah. And it's just giving me resistance. I mean, I don't even know how you see it. You just must be seeing it. Oh, I just can't even explain it. I've had some serious visuals in my life. Listen, the most I ever did, at one time, the most I ever did was the Dead Dylan concert, July 4th, 1987 at Foxborough Stadium. And I told you, I had 6 extra tickets to sell. My best friend's, his cousin made 300 of those friendship bracelets you braided together, or his girlfriend braided together, whatever the case. But they had them nicely done on some nice red cardboard, So the traffic jam, we got there a little early. It started at something like, I think the concert started like 3:30, 4 o'clock, whatever it was. We got there like noontime, but the traffic jam was already like, maybe 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 miles long, probably at one point. So we parked like 5 miles away. And I got out of the car, and all I had on was I had a pair of Guess jeans on at the time. It's 87, and my roommate's sister took the cutie that she was, man. She was, oof, never forget. Hot ticket. We had a little something for each other, but I already had a girlfriend at the time. But, so she took it was anti-corporate, so she takes the Guess label off and puts an American flag on, like my right cheek of my ass or whatever the case. So I'm barefoot the whole time. Whole time I'm barefoot, man. I'm going up and down the asphalt, the Route 1A, whatever the hell it is. And I'm doing backflips off of cars for beers. And I got 6 extra tickets to sell. And I was selling, each ticket was, if I saw you like with a Ralph Lauren or a polo shirt, I'd sell it to you for $150, which was twice ticket, face value. Face value was $75. But if I saw a real deadhead dying to get in and has no money, and was just doing nothing but following him around, I'd give it to him for the face value, $75, because I was getting rid of him for my friend, my best friend. He bought the extras, And I was all by myself, and I told him, listen, when we finally get down at this time to Foxborough, to the gate, we'll meet right in this area right here that I knew. That I was like, listen, right here to the left, right by the main parking lot, right there. We'll meet right there. So everybody went kind of scattered their own way, trying to find some shrooms or some ass, or whatever the case, So when we finally meet up, I got rid of all 300 bracelets, and I put this little sticker on my head that had a capital A on it with like stars behind it, but it was a little triangle sticker, and I'd point to people just going like, hey, any A, And I got rid of the tickets to get down there, and my friend comes up to me and goes, yeah, dude, I bought a sheet of Purple Hearts. And I'm like, oh, really? Let me see, man. How much? He goes, oh, it was $80. I'm like, $80 for a sheet? Okay, let me see it. And so it's just a stamp full of freaking Purple Hearts, just the size of the thing. You knew it was fake. It's just crap. So I told him, listen, if you buy anything, man, just know what you're doing. And if anything, wait till you get inside, because you always get the good stuff when you're inside a dead show, not outside a dead show. So you get all the scammers out there. So my next friend comes up, and he's got a bag, like a shopping, one of those plastic shopping bags, kind of, whatever the hell it was. And I'm like, what'd you get? He goes, oh, I bought mushrooms. He bought mushrooms. He literally bought freaking white cap mushrooms that somebody had thrown in the oven and turned brown and dried them out for 80, for whatever, how much money he spent on this thing. I don't know, whatever the hell it was. And so I had gotten my hands, when I was selling the friendship bracelets, I got my hands on it was only like a half ounce of mushrooms or something. I was finding no acid that was worth getting at all. And so I take, I don't know, it was like 6 grams of them, whatever the hell it was. And I give out the rest to my 2 friends. The girls didn't want to do it. And we walk in. So I got about, a good 6 grams of some fucking high testing of the shrooms. Lots. I think I had like at least 4 good sized caps in it. And I get in there and I said, all right, let's disperse. Everybody try and find what you can for acid, because that was my mission. You got to find some friggin' acid, man, some good acid. So as I'm walking out to the concessions, there's a hippie sitting there and his girlfriend in a peasant dress. She was in a sundress, whatever you call it, and she was sitting Indian style. And I kind of looked at him. He's playing his guitar, acoustic guitar, and I looked at him and I said, hey, and and it was so loud, the concert going on, that you couldn't really hear each other anyway. So I don't know how the hell he was playing the guitar, and he goes, yeah, he just nodded his head yes. And I was like, oh, and I was surprised, like, all right. So he pulls out 2 stripers, just 2 hits of stripers. He gives them to me, and I just was like, I gave him like the hand gesture, like, how much money you want? And he was like, no, you're good, And so I put like, I don't know, $5 or $10, probably $5 a hit in the dress right there, and and walked away, because I was going to the bathroom anyway. And I walked in the bathroom, and there's a dude selling freaking Zeppelins, beautiful print of Zeppelins. I don't know if you've ever seen Zeppelins. Have you seen Zeppelins before? Some really good original print. Oh man, It's on black. It's this tiny, it's blotter, so it's tiny. But on this tiny little freaking print is, you get the the swan song, the dude with the wings. You had the Zeppelin itself, man, with the friggin' lines and the engine in the. Oh man, it was insane, intricate print, man. Shit was pissed. I bought 8 hits because I was gonna bring back some from my friends. So I took the 2 stripers right away. Those were for me. And then I took 2 of the Zeppelins, and I put the other 6 in the foil in my pocket, I had it in my hand. I just didn't want to get wet or sweaty because it was 4th of July, it's hot as hell. So then I get back to our seats, and there's my buddy, and he showed up with globals. You ever seen a global print, man? That thing's insane. It's the world. It's a picture of the world, and you can actually see North America and South America, and then the atom sphere going around it. The most intricate print I've ever seen, besides like a Mickey Mouse, Goofy, or even Woodstocks, the old Woodstocks, man. But Goofy with the rainbow going from hand to hand, or Mickey Mouse with the rainbow going from hand to hand. Yeah, those are some nice print with all that color. Yeah, I had a friend of mine used to make books, man. He used to drop it, bro. He had it was insane. Good clean acid. Yeah. First time I ever got it was my hairdresser when I was 13 years old, man. She got me 6 hits of white blotter, just plain white blotter. And I'm like, what the hell are these little things going to do? I'm thinking to myself going, what the hell? Now I had done microdot, but I didn't think this little piece of paper was going to do shit to me. I was 13. And I tripped in my house the first time, man. It was on a Friday night. I took 1 hit, and then I waited like 45 minutes thinking I'm not feeling anything, like I always do. And I topped another one. Oh my God, my parents came home they went out every Friday, Saturday night. They came home, like Friday night was always their, soup and sandwich night. It wasn't like a formal dinner or anything like that, like Saturday nights were. But they come home, so they're home early on a Friday night. I start getting on. First thing my mother says, just like the first time I got stoned, Billy, you feeling all right? Because I was just so out of it. Started hitting me in waves. Oh my God. My brother got a brand new fishing rod. He's putting the fishing line in. And all I could think of was, it's like an elastic band. He keeps stretching it, and really where it's tight in the middle, it was like, he was like stretching it and it was going to break. And the whole family's around me. And I'm going, stop. It's going to break. You're breaking the line. It's like 10-pound test, Yeah, I was so, oh my God, that stuff was good. Oh God. Yeah, and I was only like 13. Yeah. I haven't thought of that story in a long time. Yeah, I was in, Saturday Night Live. Oh, back then they had the train. It was Billy Crystal and everybody. And they had that train that used to do the stop motion. And it just was like wicked trail. I thought the skin, all the lines on my hands, it was like cellophane, my skin, and all the lines, I could see like liquid being pumped with little bubbles. Oh, talk about some serious visuals, man. Wow. I haven't thought of that in a long time. When was the first time you tripped? You ever done microdot? You ever done mask? Who's that? I can't hear you. Who's that? I can't hear you.
Yes to the first question, and this is Brittany. That's my
Oh, there you
daughter.
go. Right on. Hey, Brett. What's up?
This is beautiful.
Yeah.
Yes, an accident to that question,
Good.
to be honest with you, Charlie. It was an accident that I did.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
I'll tell you the fucking story. Fuck it, It was back then, whatever. So I'm hanging out at this bar, and I'm hanging out at this bar that I wouldn't usually frequent. And back that time, I was hustling, much like yourself, Charlie. And so I'm just there drinking, and I had a little crush on this little bartender that was working there, Tootie. There's no way people can put this together.
Yeah.
2D. So I hung out there a few times, and the one night, this night in particular, I show up and I'm a little geeked up myself already. And I sit there and she's buying me beers the whole time. I kind of figure I know where this is going. So I hang out, and she got me fucked up. She straight up got me fucked up. Beer for shot, beer and shot, beer and shot. Fucking whew. So it comes time to close up, and I hang out, of course. And so we head back to her place later on after she gets everything taken care of. And we go to whatever, hang out. She's like, "You want one?" And I'm like, I look over, and it's like this like tiniest little thing I've fucking ever seen. I think I don't even make the connection, Charlie. I don't even make the connection. You know what I'm saying? I'm just
Sure.
thinking more or less, you stingy bitch.
Right
It's
right? Yeah.
was
Yeah.
basically what I was thinking. It was like, geez, why even bother? You know what I mean? That was pretty much the thought in my head at the time.
You've been
Well,
wasted by that point.
2 days later, woo! I was like, man, I am never fucking around with that girl ever again. I didn't like
Yeah,
that shit. That was
right.
yeah, that wasn't I didn't expect it either. That was part of it, man. I laid on the couch like the next day, not even being able to sleep, going, this is fun. This is fun. Fuck Tootie. Fuck Tootie, goddamn it.
Oh,
Yeah.
God.
That was last time I hustled around with Tootie then.
Oh, bueno. God. Oh,
But
bueno.
I've had my rounds. I've hustled, my days. So.
Yeah, sure. Sure.
But just the once on that, I didn't like the multi-day adventure there. That was too much for me. That was too much.
Yeah, I don't blame you. Hey, listen, man. I always, I'm a professional hustler. That's all. Or I should say, yeah, professional hustler. That's all I've ever done. That's all I've ever done. Always done fairly well. Hard worker. Hard worker. You could always, the one thing with me was I would always I just didn't. I was always straightforward. That's one of the problems I have in my house. I was always straightforward. Just said it kind of like the way it is. I mean, I could take it too. But it's just that being genuine. I don't even know what the hell I was going with that. No idea. What the hell were we just talking about again? Yeah, well, big.
Oh, we were talking about crazier days and kind of
Oh,
giving
yeah.
them up, not messing with that stuff.
Yeah. 90s was nuts, man. The late 80s, that's why I got out of Massachusetts, man. I had to get away from this place. I went down to Florida. I had the opportunity, and I said, see you later. Yeah, just like I did in 85, That's when I kind of grew to love Massachusetts, to tell you the truth, when I was there, because, just the history of it. Go back and see what kind of people we were. We've always been the most stubborn. Yeah. Watch the Paul Giamatti when he plays John Adams, that miniseries on Amazon Prime Time from David McCullough's book. You'll see right there in the very beginning, you know, they make fun of the Boston and how their complete attitude and stubbornness and, you know, absolute rebellious, you know, almost thugs. Kind of funny. I always thought, yeah, man, that describes Bostonian right there.
She makes that move back, asks why Aldridge got banned. He didn't get banned. I can see his message. Everybody else can see it. Can everybody else see Aldridge's messages other than me?
Sergeant Pepper, Jack Stark, everybody, man. Red Center throughout there. Smiley, where's Smiley been? Smiley doing all right?
Yeah, he's just taking a break or doing whatever he's got to do.
Yeah, absolutely.
He decided I shouldn't be talking his business, but I think he had a spiritual quest today.
Good for him. Absolutely, man. The journey is long. The adventures are many. Good Lord willing.
I tried to tell him I'd join him.
Yeah, right?
I said, you want to go live? I'll join you, brother.
It's time.
The message I got back was checked out.
Right? Oh.
I was like, I read that. I was like, I can respect that.
That's awesome. Yeah. Listen, I'm a little jealous, not envious, but jealous, man. Absolutely. I would love to be able to do that. I can't wait, to be honest. And it's, you know, all this is a means to an end too. You know? Not just a passion, it means to an end.
I try to every so often. I did with Tanazi, actually. Then,
I know.
Not in person. On that during that interview.
Right.
Yeah. During that episode, I kind of partaked a little bit.
How much you need, if you don't mind me asking? How much you need?
Oh, that night it was like 5 grams of some truffles.
Woo! Woo!
I think he did. I don't know. He was on a few G's of whatever, you know, species.
Yeah, absolutely.
From what my knowledge, as far as that stuff goes, the truffle's legal because it never flowers or buttons. So the truffles are still actually legal everywhere.
Yeah, I think I had to do with somebody else saying it the other night. Yeah, somebody was saying that about truffles. I've never done a truffle. Not like that. I mean, I've had truffles, but never had. You know.
You want me to tell you this funny story too? I hope she's not watching, but you know how I rediscovered a good source of the fungus there?
Yeah.
Well, Brittany was one of the girls' boyfriend there. Had come by and was trying to get on Dad's good side, and he was like,
"Really?
Come here." Yeah. He's like, "You ever mess around with this?" I'm like, "Come here."
Right.
Me and you gonna be good. Me and you gonna be good.
Right.
It was funny, Charlie. There for the longest time. I swear to God, he was trying to buy me off. Every time I seen him, he was just
every guy's gonna do that. Every guy's gonna do that because you're the gateway to an I mean, obviously you're the gateway in their eyes to her, to your daughter. You're the gateway. Period. I mean, no matter what, you know, and there's different degrees.
Seriously.
Yeah, man.
Every time I see that kid, he palmed me some about a zip. I'm like, yeah, all right. Nice seeing you.
As long as you're responsible and cool about it, absolutely, man. Absolutely. Shit.
Oh yeah. It's funny. In that aspect, I kind of hated to see him go, but I understood.
Right.
I understood.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Do I still talk to him? Yes.
I would too, probably. I would too. Hey, listen, I gotta take a leak. Okay?
Yeah, no worries, brother.
Hey, how many people are still in chat? Everybody still hanging?
31 still in chat right now. We still got 31 hanging.
Seriously, I'm shocked.
Pretty awesome. In fact, I can get.
I do have to go soon, though. Just a little FYI. I do have to go soon.
Yeah, no worries, brother. No worries. Hell, it's getting late. It's almost 4.
Yeah. What time are you thinking? I was thinking like 10 minutes. I could probably head out. Tell you that.
Yeah,
I gotta get some stuff done. I still gotta eat dinner. You know what I mean? I can wait to take a leak. No big deal. We're gonna be on another 15 minutes or so. No big deal. What do you want to do? Were you thinking of going right till 5?
Oh God, no. No. Yeah, in fact,
So,
I'll probably call it as soon as you're done. To be honest with you, there's no set times. Hell, I'm happy you took me as far as you did.
Yeah. I just looked down. It's like almost 20 or 4. So I really kind of
goes so fast, doesn't it?
It does, man. Plus, what do you have to do today? What's on your schedule? You got a lot of work. Obviously, you got to have something to be doing in the garden, right?
Oh yeah. I got.
You're in water too, right?
Pardon me?
Water?
Oh yeah.
Water, right? Yeah.
Every day. Yeah.
Yeah. It takes time.
40 to 60 gallons a day.
Yeah. I'm a little more than that, but that's a lot, dude. I mean, that's a lot. Because how many? Let me ask you this: how many stage mixes do you have to do? Like you have to do just
Pardon me?
Yeah, because sometimes I have to do 3 stages. I got to do, a boost stage, and then sometimes I'm on, just the pre-flower, or, just throw them in, or, veg stage. So, you probably then I got flush. So I got to have some flush. I put amendments in my flush, so inputs. I always put inputs.
I keep that pretty simple. As far as the mixing goes, there is multi-stages. There's veg, you know what I mean? And then the 2 flower cycles are a month apart. So they're not eating exactly the same thing. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. There's a little mixing, it isn't one shot mix and then start dumping it out.
Yeah, because I can go through anywhere between 60 and 80 gallons around there, possibly. And sometimes, depending upon, but those are big, I'm only allowed to 12 plants, so it's only 12 plants. It's only, those are big pots.
Yeah, I'd try. Anyway, let's see here.
At this place.
There you go. That's you can flip this down. Them girls are
This is nice.
Them are week 2.
Yeah.
Starting week 3.
Yeah, those are really nice. Yeah, I get the monsters and I get the mothers, man. I can't stand it. I'm really mad. But I got a bunch of these ready to go in, so these ones right here. We'll be putting those in, getting that canopy back in line. And that's really what it is, control the canopy right now. Because I can't stand when I have friggin' 7, 8 footers. I get GMOs in there. We all know what GMO can do. That thing wants to keep climbing and never stop, and then it takes forever to finish. So, you get 2 little women. So I got to stake them all up. If I really want to, make sure that they do well, I got to take time to stake them. Anybody knows about staking, it takes time for the 7, 8 foot plant. You don't screw anything up, They've been lollipop beautifully, so they're looking good. I really tighten them up, so I don't want any kind of crap. I just want pure friggin' grade A. That's it, I got a bunch of, the fuels that they're on, I don't know. They just finished week 10. They're ready to come down. So that's what's on the agenda. A little bit of that. I gotta get those damn clones transplanted. I'll get those clones out of there. I'll be buying another pump. So I just bought that brand new 750 GPD. So, GB, what is it, gallons per hour? Yeah, sorry, GPR. GPH. I'm all baked. I can't even think. Yeah, I had to get my easy clone. Last time I let the thing burn out, it's a mag drive. So it just burns out when there's no water. So
The
I just don't
easy
get too damn.
one is the one that sprays, right? It's got the
Yeah,
sprayers.
yeah. I think so. It's a set it and forget it. You know, set it and forget it. I can use it. That's the reason why I burned it out, because I used it for a freaking veg area. I took so long getting those damn clones out of there. They'd gone up into the lights twice. I cut them back and kept them in the cloner, and then I just let them get too damn dry. But you know what? They're all right behind me, and they're all looking absolutely fantastic. So, you know, just because I beat them up as clones doesn't mean they're gonna suffer. As soon as they get out of there, they're taken to baby. But yeah, just because it's a space constraint too. You know what I mean? So I want to make sure. Now I can let them get completely
Funny.
adverse. I can get them diffused light over there, and they can just sit there for like these ones behind me a month. They were over there stacked on top of each other. I just stacked them like I do at the nurseries, just stacking them up against the wall. And I'll go 2-3 high sometimes, just so they're getting a little light, get established in the cocoa, do partial waterings just to keep them alive until I have room to rotate them around, transplant them, and spam them. That's when the mice were getting them. You know what I mean? When I had them stacked up over there, they were doing their little tunnel system. So, but now I don't any more. I took care of the problem. It's so far so good. I'm gonna knock on wood. So far so good with those mice. I got a couple of those ultrasonic things, keep them away. I put poison down, I put traps down, and I haven't seen any damage, so we're looking good. Yeah, that's a quickie, huh? Want to take a quick walk down? Let me take a quick walk down. Hold on. Sorry. Here we go.
Looking good. So, Charlie, while you're showing them off, I'm thinking I'm gonna give away some beans.
Yeah, man. Look at that bad boy.
I just seen. Go ahead, Charlie. I'm sorry.
No, that's all right, man. I'm just letting people see. Look at these bad boys, huh? That's healthy. Good. Very happy. What do we have here? We have a golden lemon. This here is a fuel. This is a forbidden jelly. You can see the OG. You can see the ninja fruit in it, actually, the way the structure is. There's another one there.
You're all like I do.
There's some Texas sunset in here as well. We have some, what's the other one? Oh, we got the primal punches in here. We've got,
Aldridge 25 says, "Show me your bush, Charlie."
You show me yours, I'll show you mine. Who's that Hell's OG? Who's that Hell's that original? Right there. Right under the valley. That's the TS. 1000. This one here is under a T5 April full foot. I want a couple of those around the valley. Get the 4. And I got that TS4. TS1000. Dimmable. It's got a dimmer right there. I don't know if you guys can see it. Right there.
I haven't messed with mine yet.
Yeah, let's pick it up. So, see, there's my mouse traps. But we have no action. Not sure. Looking good. Gotta do a little cleanup underneath. Right now, looking good. Not bad for 12 plants.
So we've lost 10 people. As soon as we said we were bolting, we lost 10.
Yeah, I know,
So
right?
I'm thinking.
Yeah,
I'm gonna give away a pack of beans to the 33.
Yeah, do it up. That's awesome.
To one person. One person out of the 33 that left, just because they stuck it out to the very end.
Yeah, right on, man. That's a
So
really good
we'll
idea.
narrow it down since there's, like 32 now. We'll do like 1 to 66, and you could pick out the number again, Charlie, if you would.
Yeah, absolutely.
This time, it will be for the Fort Jefferson again. or not again, but Fort Jefferson, which is the Tropic Sunrise times the Alcatraz OG, 5 seeds. So one guess, just like the last time, one guess. Closest one gets it. And
Between what again?
Pardon me, Charlie?
Between what? Between 0 and what?
1 in 66.
1 and 66.
There's only 31 watching, so that should give them all pretty good. First one that gets it wins. If not, then closest. What's up, Bill Sid?
There we go. Hide me away, bro.
All right. So one entry only. First one to either get it or closest wins. There's only 32 people watching, so they should be pretty easy. There should only be 32 entries. Damn it. Right? Unless you see somebody else has already guessed that number, I guess. That's fair. If you look up and see that number's already guessed, then you can re-guess.
Yeah, that's cool. Good man for doing that.
All right. Nothing before the ghost counts, you guys. Jeez. All right, there's the go. So throw out the numbers right there. I've got the number right here. Charlie's picked out that winning number. I see it. You see, man, they would jumped on that shit. Did I not type go? Oh, there it goes. I didn't even hit go yet, Charlie. I'm out looking for him and shit. Oh, I think somebody got it already. Yep. Somebody got that bitch. Second guess, Charlie.
Nice.
Second guess. JD's nailed that fucker at fucking second guess. And JD's, you want a pack of, I believe I still have your address, actually. JD's, you want a pack of the Fort Jefferson. Congratulations, brother. If you guys didn't win one tonight, don't worry. There's plenty more I got to give away in the next few days. So pretty awesome. Joel, I worked with Joel a little bit on this, I contacted him and wanted to, give some beans away. And he was more than gracious with what he sent out. So, so not only that, so when you pop them, I guess it'd be nice if you tagged me and tagged North Star to let us see what they got popped and are doing some good. That'd be nice. I've always enjoyed as many seeds as I've given out over the years. I've always loved seeing the pictures, getting tagged in them pictures. Oh, those are the seeds that I got. You know what I mean? Look at them now and shit. It's always a great feeling.
Sure. Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
I'll get these clones transplanted in the next 8 hours, and I'll be happy, and I'll be ready to. Once I get those done, I'll be ready to crack those seeds, so I know what my station's looking like. Once I move a few of these out of here, it'll look good. Space-wise. I just can't pull any more power.
I'm not here for beans, but if I win, life goes on. That's awesome.
Right?
I know you guys aren't here for beans, but I just like to. Why not give back a little bit? You know what I'm saying? It means a lot that you guys tune in, and if I can help.
That's an extra, man. That's a big extra. That's all. Everybody loves being here. I mean, they're genuine. They get there talking to each other. They, half them having on the chat, half them just talking to other guys. It's about becoming friends and networking and getting to know people even over social media. social media. You know what I mean? And you never know. I mean, just never know how it can work out. Because I used to think this, you know, especially what happened with that dude, you know, with that Ninja that time. You know, I was really, you know, really soured on, you know, really thinking I was going to make any real, you know, I mean, I was talking to Subby, but it wasn't social media by any means, you know what I mean? And, you know, that's different. But I mean, like, people that I was meeting and were DMing and all that stuff, you know, I wasn't really, I was soured on it. So it's just recently that there were a few people that I'm getting to know in this chat, you know what I mean? In this chat here, that just seem like genuine. And when you see them on your show, Eagle, it, you know, it's either, you're seeing what's the, you know, the person, you know, you just see a little bit more, just, you know, it's a little bit more substantive than just the chat. You can see, you hear the integrity, you can hear that they know what's going, you know, just, you know, what they're talking about. Being genuine, you know what I mean? I don't know how else to say it. You know,
I can tell you this one, guys.
You know what I mean?
Even when I incorporate Streamlabs into the show, you can bet your ass my bot is not going to be asking you for fucking money. It is not going to be asking you for fucking donations. That's for goddamn sure. If anything, I'll be using that Streamlab for these fucking bean giveaways. Not fucking, you can fucking Patreon me and shit. I just.
Boom still around? Boom, what's up, man? You still around? You still awake up there?
I haven't seen a listing from Boom in a minute, but that don't mean he isn't present. But he did. Yeah, no, he's here every night though. I mean, he was definitely in chat earlier, but
yeah. I think I said hi to him. I just wanted to make sure. He's one of my favorites, you know. I love everything about it. Hey, Boom. Hey, going out for a beer. Hey, my in-laws are up there. Great people, man. I always love Canadians. Period. They always have a great sense of humor. Great sense of humor.
Some great people up there, man.
You know who's one of the funniest, you know, when I drove for that limo service, Dave Alpha staff, and we, you know, we had the contest before shoot. So anyway, you know, I told you all that, you and all that crap, that edge of my car, a bunch of people. But anyway, best people and most literally down to earth I ever met was bare naked ladies, and they were so funny. And I didn't get a limo gig on that one. I was in a friggin' just doing equipment with some of the roadies, and but one, I can't remember the dude with the glasses, not to do with the black hair, and not the keyboardist who had the cancer, but God love them all for that matter. But anyway, I had to go back to Logan Airport, Logan International, and grab some equipment that got left behind at Terminal E, and he came for the ride, man. Him and one of the roadies, and they were so, you know, most guys could have attitude when it came to that level of ego. And they weren't. They were awesome, dude. They were so funny. They had me cracking up the whole ride there and the whole ride back. It was cool. And I was pissed because I didn't get it. You know, I didn't get enough friggin' a car gig. You know what I mean? On the sedans. That's the gigs that you wanted. But I had just started with the company. You know, I started getting those a little bit later on. It was awesome. Yeah. Some crazy people. YouTube. Listen, you want to hear a crazy story about YouTube? Is we got on, they were on it doing it. It was the fall of 2001. They actually filmed it for VH1. You could see all our limousines parked out at Signature Air. You can see us. You can't see me or anything, but I'm in one of the cars. But anyway, but I'm way back. They had like 25, 30 limos, sedans, between limos and sedans. So the kid who's got the lead limo, who's taken Bono and Edge, and the tour manager, tour managers, literally sticks with the band 24/7 almost throughout the whole tour. They're in the car. So this kid who's driving them, though, 3 months earlier when they found out that he's a insane YouTube fan, and I mean, like, he worshipped YouTube. And when he begged, and so he gets the first that's an honor to be first car in a limo, line. So he gets them, and he's bought in literally every album, every T-shirt, on every concert he can, up and down the East Coast. Bought in every piece of merch you can get, CDs, all that. So they're pulling up to the Four Seasons, and as they're getting to the Four Seasons, there's like 300 fans outside the main entrance, but of course they have the special entrance around the back down the garage. So as they're going by the front, the tour manager, all the fans are screaming, and the tour manager goes, here, make sure you go down this street first or something like that. Get away from these people. I can't fucking stand them, he said. I can't stand these fucking people. The kid never went in. They did a 7-night stand at the Garden, and he never went in once to go see him. We'd go side stage. We'd go anywhere we want. We had all access passes. We'd go literally into eat the leftover food in the green room or in their friggin' dressing room. We got to eat the leftovers. I mean, we could just be wherever we wanted to be. So he wouldn't at all. I tried to get him to go side stage just to see him sing one song, and he would not do it because of what the tour manager said. All he kept thinking was, I bought every single thing that you ever put out, and I pay your bread and butter, and you're going to say that about those people, which I am one of? He was pissed all 7 nights because he was stuck on the friggin' job. He could not do it. He asked 3 months earlier, so he was scheduled. So he's got to do all 7 nights. He literally like that flipped on YouTube. He goes, I'm never buying another friggin' album. I'm never buying anything. I just felt so bad. You know what I mean? But just to see what some of those heavy egos are like up there, man. You know what I mean? That's my whole point. Those egos suck. Yeah, because it's all about cash, especially a tour manager. That's literally what he's being freaking paid. He's getting a percentage of whatever they bring in. That's all. That's all he is. He's the business side of the whole tour. So, all right, guys, I gotta get going. Eagle, I gotta go. I love you, buddy. I don't mean to cut it short.
I love you too, brother, man. I can't thank you enough for bailing me out tonight and finally giving me your episode.
Yeah,
it means
anytime. I appreciate it. I love coming on, whether it was official or not. I mean, I really appreciate that, and I mean that. Just that, tell my story and shoot the shit. Oh my God, I can't believe it's 4 o'clock, dude. I got to get to work. I'm blaming you again. I'm gonna blame you, my wife, my daughter. I'm telling you right now. Hey, you had me on till 4 o'clock in the morning, babe. I got to work until 6. We got plenty of light left, so when I get home at 7, which really means 10, we can still barbecue.
That's fine. Blame it on me, Charlie. And you know what? Blame it on me, and then rewind it back to that part where I asked you about when you met her, and then hand her the phone, and then walk away. Because I'm telling you, she'll see that look. She'll fucking hand you your phone back, and she won't bother you.
I will say this, and I say this. It was, she's such an integral part, but the little cottage industry and the quality that we produce, thank God. And I'm not posting anything, and there's plenty of other better stuff out there and everything else. But my market, where we're at, and the price point of what I'm getting, really the determiner of how good you are, really. It wouldn't be as good if it wasn't for her, because she's the one who hand trims it all. Pretty much, she does all the fine trimming on every single, she touches every, you know what I mean? Literally through it all, hand trims it, hours on end, raises our daughter, and it's that kind of quality that comes through in the end. She's the one who dries it up, and I thank her for the care that she does and listening to me over the years, trying to instruct her on how to do it correctly. She's just literally just organically taking up the spot of, because I just wouldn't have time, obviously. That's just insane. No. Then I would never sleep, brother. I would never eat. I would never do anything but just nonstop on the go. So, to us to keep, where we're going at the volume we're at, the demand that's out there. And I say that to all the people that do it for a living. And I feel for everybody that's being hit by this COVID and saying, I think of you every day. I can't help but have sympathy. You've got nothing to start with, and then now you have even more nothing to start with. You're in big trouble. And I can only imagine the stress that some families are going through. I just can only imagine it. I'm filled by the grace of God, go I. And I want to thank everybody for listening to me. And have a good night, Eagle. I love you. We'll talk soon. Anytime. I got your number. All right? It's going in. I like you. Peace.
I hope so. Have a good night,
Peace.
man.
I love you.
Peace, brother. Man, I appreciate that dude so much for helping me out tonight and, you know, keeping the streak going. You know, no worries to Soul Worth 25. He had, you know, some problems. You know, his kid got sick. You know, what can you say about that? So I understand. And no hard feelings if you're watching this or you get to see this. No hard feelings at all. I would like to hit Chiba Man. You won Fort Jefferson last night, and I believe 100%. I'm almost positive I got your shipping address, and I will get that out to you very soon. And to the rest of you, well, first of all, first and foremost, I want to give a shout out and a big I love you to my girls, Brittany, Alexis, and Courtney. I love you guys, all my heart. You guys should know that, but it never hurts to hear it. And with that being said, DOA Grow Meds, thank you for tuning in. Chiba Man, D's, JD's, Spiky Pilot, hello from Germany, or hello to Germany from Michigan. Thank you so much for joining me. Smoke and Grow Fraser, I appreciate you all 100%. Aldridge 25. If I haven't said that already, I don't think I did actually, but John Boy. Who else have I missed? Like I said, I can only go back so far, but I did hit a lot of people earlier today. If I missed anybody, I'm completely sorry. Try to hit the most of the regulars there. I did get earlier, but the ones I didn't get, like Tara, Jill Wilson, all them, Red Setter Farms popped in for a second. And of course, my man Smiley's Gardens was missed tonight. Hopefully, he had fun with whatever he's done the last couple of days. Hopefully, he's able to join in again sometime soon. If not, you know, again, no hard feelings. It's fucking summertime, you know. Get out there and do some shit. You guys told me when I was going through my problem there a couple days ago, a week ago, you know, take your time. We'll be here when you get back. And I'm telling you the same thing. It's fucking summertime. If you guys are out and about and you miss the show, I'll be here again the next day. Right from the beginning, Wob asshole for life. And I think I got everybody else. This Sifter of Gold, Sir How, if I didn't get you. Man, I think that's it, man. Everybody, you guys have dominated chat as far as I can go back. So many great people that watch. The Major General, Dub T. Roy, all the great people that watch during the day that never get their shout out because they're never in chat or not able to join in chat. You know, don't forget to check out tomorrow's episode with Mr. Bomb 420 will be here. Should be a great episode. Yeah. Again, as always, you know, try to help somebody out. You know, it doesn't have to be money. It doesn't have to be whatever. It can just be some supporting words or whatever. Just help somebody out. Do something nice. You know, spread some positivity around. Random acts of kindness do change lives. They've changed my life many times over, and hopefully, in return, hopefully, I've been able to turn that around for some people in my life that I've touched throughout the years. And I don't know. I don't know. I really appreciate you guys for tuning in. This whole thing is been super, super great for me and my spirits, and I hope it helps you guys nightly. With all that being said, I will be here tomorrow, same time. You guys, if you're just falling out, get some good, solid rest. You're just getting up, like probably Purple Thumb OG, who is probably getting up. Do DM me. You said you were just getting set up for your time on the show. Oh, and if you'd like to be on the show, uh, I have no problems with talking with just about anybody. It's pretty much as easy as a DM. Get with me if you want to be, get on the show or whatever. Um, I'd love to talk to you. If you have somebody you'd like to see on the show, um, uh, give me a drop me a line. I'll reach out to them. Oh, be too crazy for you. Did not get your shout out, but I just seen you pop out, and I appreciate you for tuning in as well. Everybody, grateful for every click, every view. So you guys have a great night, an excellent tomorrow, Sunday, holiday weekend. Supposed to be nice, at least here in Michigan. Get out there, get some fresh air, and then take a little nap and come join tomorrow night with me. That would be amazing. So have a great night. Peace.